G'day everybody, and welcome back to Vulcan, to my happy base. I'm the base that I'm happy with. I know that my cooling system out here is suboptimal, and I can definitely rearrange it now that I've learnt what parts are needed for it, particularly with regard to taking off the pollutant and then shoving the CO2 and volatile remaining gases through the filtration instead of the filtration pulling directly from the atmosphere. There are lots of little things like that that could be drastically improved with this little setup I've got out there. But the fact is, the setup out there works, and it's safe. It's actually safe. Something I probably need to be mindful of more going forwards is making sure that if I've done a temporary setup, it's a safe temporary setup, and if it's a safe setup, I don't touch it to improve it. I build a new one and then remove it. Because I think a few too many times I've been like, I've got enough of a buffer. I can alter it and I'll be able to still be... No, that's bad thinking. Also, my potatoes have seeded. And I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, these are the two good potatoes. Which is still going towards seeding, so maybe not. Maybe it's these two are the good ones. This one's definitely a good one. I'll grab the seeds from the others. We'll eat these potatoes. This one is going to get replanted because I know it's a good one. We'll do it at the end. This one's got its seed now, good. This one I'll replant as well. In fact, I may just replant all of these as using their potato rather than the seeds. Even though I know that one at the end is probably a crummy one. It means I've now got a seed store. Got some backup seeds, yay. If I end up killing all my plants, which I hope there isn't. Now, here's an important thing for you guys. What was I doing last week? And what did I set out as my goals this week? I know at the end of the stream I said, there's this, and then that leads to this, and then that leads to this. And I completely forgot to look at what I'd said and listen to it before I went live. I'm realizing that now. Water storage, power room, grow room. That sounds right, Mike. That sounds about right. I think. Yeah. Also, thanks Extrash, thank you Dragoon, thank you Zeronut, and thank you Delete Ghost for the Prime subs. Thank you Daz for the 18 months. And thank you Denom for the pre-stream 52 months. Thank you very much. Greenhouse, deep miners, Stirling engines and explosions. Yeah, that sounds about right. I should probably... Ooh, can I make a sign? What's the sign made from? Sign is made from iron. I should have enough iron to do that. Let's put my suit on so I can just see a bit better. As I am no longer in need of a shower. No iron in there. Iron on the ground here. I'm going to make a sign, and at the end of the stream, we can write on the sign, with the label maker, what it is I intend to do in the next one. I'll put it up here, so it's in a position that is easy to find again. So there's that. Done. Hey, bye-bye. I'm glad you like watching this game, because I've Seriously, since the start of the Terraformers series, I have been enjoying Stationeers at a level I'd never enjoyed it before. I genuinely have so much fun with this game now. Much more than I did in its early days. 12 megapascals, eh? I need a smart canister because I can't put my regular one in here. Or I need to put a pressure regulator on there. Probably a pressure regulator is the way to go. Or do I risk it? Nope.
Jetpack critical.
Nuts. That was going to explode. I cannot do that quickly enough. Poop. Oh, that's a little more CO2 for later. For the plants. So, I was thinking, I'm just trying to re-establish where I was at the end of last week. I'm trying to remember exactly what I was up to. I think we can maybe get my water supply in. No, I think solar room. Solar room first? And Stirling engine? So if I get a solar room, then I can move my plants down to here, which means then I can sort out where my water supply is kept, because I'll have the piping all in the right spot. At the moment, my plants are in a very temporary, kind of annoying place, and I'd like to have them in a more proper place. So I think solar room would make sense first. Yeah, and then miners after that, and part of miners is getting Stirling engines up. Yeah, okay. So let's go outside, once I grab a little bit more food. I also wanted to trade for some better plants, so getting the solar panels out of this room and getting proper power distribution set up, like having heavy cable and that sort of thing, is something I should certainly work on early. Alright. We've eaten. Had as much water as I can have. Let's go outside, and I'll put a...
Jetpack low.
Yeah, I know my jetpack's low. I will get some frames for hanging out the thing, but... I did not know about a thing until I read it on Discord yesterday, which is this. You can grab. You can grab things, and if there are enough bits sticking out, you can climb things. Let's look at it from here, because it'll be a bit clearer. Hang on. Ah! Oh, maybe I can't climb in third person. Yeah. Oh well. Yeah, with H, you can grab and climb things. I can see why I haven't used it much, because it's kind of hard. Okay, so we've still got some we can sell a bunch of stuff to. A bit more iron, a bit more copper. Which I probably could do, given what I've got. But yeah, looking at my base, let's see if third person helps me look without needing my jetpack. I was thinking, so we've got our sun going roughly around like that, which means, as somebody who lives in the southern hemisphere, I'm going to think of that as north, which is quite obviously south, given that it's 180 degrees, but whatever. So if I have the plants in this lower room, the solar panels should be set up higher so that they get sun all day long. Which means I think what I could do is try and build it up yet another block higher than my little overlook room here, so that the solar isn't ever blocked. Now the next question is, do I want to have internal access to my solar room, or am I happy for it to be external access only? I kind of like the idea of knocking out that wall there, putting the stair going up, or knock out that wall there, have an airlock, then the stair going up to the solar room. Yeah, maybe that's a better way to do it. So I put a door and put a little airlock in there, and then we can have the stairs going up to the solar room. Yeah, let's do that. When you build a station battery, you have to use heavy cable, I think, between it and the power regulator. Generally speaking, yes, that's what I would do. Tony? Have I done that in this base or any of my other starter bases? No, because gold can get expensive. Making heavy cable can get expensive. In fact, I should probably make a whole truckload of cable right now.
Jetpack critical.
So I don't have much. And I'm going to need plenty when building this, and I've only got 4 gold left. Any gold in any of these? Don't think so. No. Alright, so cable. Make the 8 heavy cable you can actually make. I should smelt some gold. But I might wait till I want to smelt some steel before I do that so that I can make it nice and hot for that. And I need to find my steel. Where is my steel at? Steel is in here. Okay. Yeah, I should sort my jetpack out. But I think I've just used up the gold I need to do that. Okay, pop that under there. Get all that out. So if I'm going to make a pressure regulator... Yep, I need 1 gold. Alright. In that case... let's go back outside. And...
Jetpack low.
let's see if I can put this up here without covering over my icons. I can quickly get enough steel to make a double batch of steel. Enough iron.
Jetpack low.
I know my jetpack's low, suit lady. I'm well aware. That's why I'm jumping, not flying. That's one of them. Just need 100 more iron. Okay, I kind of want to stay on the surface because it's feels a bit safer.
Jetpack critical. Jetpack low.
I know my jetpack's critical and my jetpack's low. I want to smelt some gold. Use the gold to get the thing hot. And then smelt some steel with that hot gas. I have a plan, suit lady. I have a plan. Yeah, I did talk about the better spacesuit, but we realized that it actually requires a bunch of stuff that I probably need to have the better furnace set up for.
Jetpack low.
I think. It ended up looking like it was a bit beyond me last week. I can't remember exactly which part of it, but it did seem like it was like, oh, actually, that's not something I can easily just... Oh, that's right. The special materials required for it can't be bought from a 3x3 trader. That was the main issue. couldn't just go out and buy it, so I have to make a bigger trader platform, and then I decided, actually, why don't I just work on making my base better? There we go. Got enough for the steel. But this iron is super easy to get, so I'm just going to quickly get what I can. So I can sell it.
Waste tank caution.
Waste tank caution. Okay. Oh dear. Right, we're going back. Because I didn't empty out my other waste tank. My backup one. Ooh, that's closer than I would like.
Jetpack critical.
Now my waste tank. How was I I was just opening my waste tanks, wasn't I? There we go. Now I've got a safety backup one. And I've got 100 iron I can sell to this guy. So we'll go back out, I'll sell that off. How much money do I have? I've got 471. Oh, cool.
Jetpack low.
Thanks, Chiquito. Thank you for the Prime sub. No, I don't think Suit Lady cares about my plan much at all, either. She has to listen to me, though, so... Heh. Hey, Trill. Welcome, Raiders. How's it going? Thanks, Talking Beans. Thank you for the 29 months.
Jetpack critical.
I'm feeling really good this morning. I am... As I said at the start, I'm in a happy place with this save and with Stationeers in general. I'm really excited for what's coming. Yeah. I checked out the terrain beta the other day, earlier this week, and oh yeah, it's gonna be so good for base building when we get to it. It's gonna be so good. The views you can build with, the scenery that's actually memorable, all of that stuff. It's gonna be so good. So good. Like, yeah. For someone like me who likes to build with aesthetics and design in mind, having a place that you can go to that you're like, yeah, that's my home right there on that mountain. I know that mountain because that mountain looks different to all the other mountains. That mountain is my mountain. That sort of thing. Tony, I'm not regulating supply of gases to my furnace. I'm on Vulcan, and it's just hot here, and the air is fuel. No, I'm not playing the beta, because the beta is very, very alpha. Oh no, that's bad. Did I get them all? Yeah, I got them all. Okay, so I'll just check what's in here, which is only 15% volatile, so yeah, I need to get this pumped out. Yeah, Sempiternity, the whole playing on the moon thing versus Mars, I've said before many times that I think if you're beginning in Stationeers, you should begin on Mars, because it's easier. It's more fun. It doesn't require... It's not as different to what you might expect from the real world. Or different from the things you're used to thinking about in the real world is probably a better way to put that. Alright, so let's smelt some gold in here so we can get this nice and hot. How hot is it getting? Might need to put another 50 through. Oxygen's going down, temperature's going up. Come on, over 1,000 Kelvin. Okay. Hopefully that's enough. Let's get my steel back in. Yay, it is hot enough. Hopefully it stays hot enough. What does steel require? Is it 900 or 1,000 off the top of my head? I can't recall. 900. Okay, so we've got 100 degrees to work with. 964, 963, 962. Come on. I want to get my 400 steel. Looks good. As long as the external temperature... No. This is going to be fine. Good, good. Oh yes, Eternity. The days before we had alt mouse control. Man. That was a big improvement. A big, big improvement to usability. Being able to press Alt and move things around rather than having to scroll through and press F. Oh, I should have smelted some copper while I was out there. Doop, 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 doop. Pick up all my cable. This will last me a little while, which is good. Yeah, you can never have enough cable, but this will last me a little while. That's why I try and say, this will last me a little while, rather than, I think I've got enough cable. Or, if I do say I think I've got enough cable, I think I've got enough for now. Need more heavy cable, though. Shove that on there. Oh, potato. Part of me wanted to ask if you had enough cable, but then realized there's no such thing. Yep. Okay. So we shouldn't have any copper left, which means I gotta go back out and make some copper. Copper ingots. Let's go. Got... Yeah, I've got 100 copper. That'll be enough. For a little while. So I probably want to get at least 2 full stacks of heavy cable made. And if I forget about it, 100 gold and 100 copper will get me 4 full stacks, so not too much extra.
Jetpack critical.
Yeah, I've never really been much one to put things in cardboard boxes. I'm not particularly aggressive with trying to make my base organized. Some might even say I'm aggressive at not making my base organized. So, heavy cable. Now, what else do I need to do here? Might pick that up. Pick you up, put you on top. Put you there. I need to grab my steel. I need to make some frames. I don't technically need to build the solar thing on frames, but I like the idea of having frames between my solar setup and whatever I build beneath it because of the amount of cabling that has to be put in place for the solar setup. Charlie, can you stop making... me down? Yeah, oh yeah, that's right. I've got gold and copper now. I can make the regulator for my thing. How many steel frames do I need?
Power low.
Probably need to have at least 20 for a 4x5. But maybe I want to go a bit bigger than that to get a large enough solar array. I'm going to need to get more materials for more solar as well. Can you label backpacks? Where's my labeler? Nope, you can't label backpacks, or at least not mining ones. I think that's why, that might be why I've always colored them instead for mining backpacks when I use them as ore storage. Oh man. 1 second. 1 second. There we go. Sorry about that. Just had to quickly fix something. Okay. Heavy cable there. We've got how many frames now? 30 might actually be good. And I need a couple of extras for the stair bit. I don't need to bring pipe with me, so I'll chuck that on the floor. I do need to stop making cable and make that regulator for my jetpack though, because I'm going to need that for building. So let's stop making cable for the moment. What else do I need? Iron, which is in here, I think. Yep. Iron. Regulator. Let's quickly put this in so I can actually have a jetpack. Where am I going to get power from? Probably over there. So if I put it there, pressure regulator. I think I need a pipe in between the pressure regulator and the canister thing though. Like that. Blah, blah. We can set this to 6,500. Confirm. Cable in, and we should be good. I can have safe filling of my jetpack with interior safe gas. And exterior safe gas as we tested last week as well. Hooray! Okay, so how many frames have I got? I've got 32. Let's get a couple more. Then I'll get some more steel sheets. Because I need one for underneath the airlock. And I probably want another 2 for underneath the stairs. And then I'll do a 5x6 room for the solar, as I think it'll take a little while for me to fill that, and I can always expand beyond that later. When I need bigger than that for the solar. Yeah. There are gonna be, the baked potatoes roll around a lot. Like, a lot. They're a bit annoying in that way. Don't need the plastic on me. Do need some way of storing some of this stuff so I don't have to keep chucking it on the ground. Hopefully I'll get to that today. Don't need an active vent at the moment. I will need to make a whole bunch of walls. But jetpack should be full. Airlock items? Yeah, I'll need to make those as well. I figure if I can make the floor first, that's a good start. Alright, we'll just go out there with this much for the moment. Although, actually no, what do I want to leave printing for a bit? I've got 35 things, so I need 70 steel sheets if I want to weld this up completely. I've got way too much steel to just leave the steel plate sheets running, because I will end up with an annoying amount that is more than I need right now, because it'll be stopping something else being made. I need to make the walls. I need to make the windows. How much silicon do I have? 15. Alright, let's go smelt some silicon, because I'm going to need that. I'll leave that printing and I'll smelt some silicon. Just trying to think of little things I can do to sort of optimize my time while I'm waiting for other things to happen. And I reckon silicon is on that list. So if I degas my silicon first, I can hopefully chuck through some of this silver, get its nitrous oxide off-gassing to lift the temperature of my furnace. Which I know many of you know how to do and know that I do all the time, but as there are a couple of people in chat who are newer to Stationeers, I thought I would explain in more detail what I'm actually doing. Always feel free, if I'm doing something you're like, why did you do it that way? To be like, how does that work? What? Because I'm happy to explain. Alright, so we've off-gassed those. Set outward. Let's get all the gas out. Because what is in there? It released a lot of nitrogen. That's what you get from silicon. Okay. Trying to do wall, 30 roof for 6x5. Cool, thanks Richard. So yeah, 50 odd bits.
Waste tank caution.
Also, my air tank caution. Let's go back inside. Alright, that's probably there. As we hear the sheets jiggling. Yep. Definitely have more than 70. I have 2 plastic sheets. No, I have 9. And I need a new oxygen canister. There we go. Okay. Now I'm back outside. Ah, yeah, I know there's some in the inputs of the other machines. No biggie. I'll get to them eventually. Alright, let's get some hot gas in there. About a megapascal will be pretty good, I think. Maybe 2? Yeah, maybe 2. Alright. So, for silicon, I think I need 900 Kelvin. And I have 900 Kelvin. Let's put my silicon back in. Actually, just get it direct from the atmosphere. If I'm quick enough. 921. Still 921. Excellent. Cool. 200 silicon coming up, which will be enough for all my walls, I reckon. Does I need enough plastic for all of them? If I need 52 wall pieces, that's 100 bits of... Well, it's actually going to be all glass, so it's 50 bits of silicon, of plastic sheet. I think. I think. Now, for an airlock to go there, that would be door. I don't think I want to go straight door from airlock onto stairs. I think that'll be a bit annoying, so I'll put one more block, and then we'll go stairs up at this point. Which means the room proper will begin there. And to ensure that I'm not going to be getting in the way of other developments on my base, I might go like this. Go 6 blocks long. Like this. And then because this is going to be floating for a while, I think I will make a few more frames to build as pillars, just until I actually put something underneath this. Building the greenhouse of living code. What I'm building now is the solar room. This is for my solar panels to go in so that I don't get storm damaged and I don't have to build the expensive solar panels. So it's cheaper to build a room like this than it is to do things any other way. Glass floor? No, I'm not putting a glass floor on my solar room. It's gonna have so many cables and things across the floor. No. That's why I said earlier I want to build the frames, because the frames force me to not be able to build directly underneath this, where the power cables for the solar panels will get in the way of my roof lighting for the room below. So this keeps the separation and makes sure that I do it that way. And you're out of power. But thanks to you guys making me put the battery in the airlock, I can do that without going inside. It's almost like it was a good idea. Build your battery room under the solar room. Yeah, I could do. I mean, I could even put the Stirling engines underneath as well. So if they explode, they take out my entire power infrastructure. Okay. Now I've made it really hard to get to this little vacuum room. Which a lot of people want me to turn this into some sort of panic room. And... I guess I could fairly easily. What I'd need to do for the moment would probably be just this pipe. Make it... So, this pipe that's connected to an inline tank. Birds are back. Make it insulated through this segment, but then put an uninsulated bit into my living quarters so that it gradually drops the temperature of this, so that the gases that are in there will eventually drop to safe levels, and that way I would be able to pressurize that room if I needed to. And I can just leave that. It doesn't have enough pollutant that it would cause me harm, I'm pretty sure. So I'd be able to use it if I needed to. So, yeah. It's one option I'm considering. But at the very least, if I just leave it as it is for now, it'll be fine. Let's get walls. Get wall. Make many. Thanks, it's big sexy. Thank you for the 2 months. Okay. How do I have power distribution working in here right now? Got everything going to this station battery, so I'm going to need to print off more station batteries. So I'm going to want to move over to that. And then I can probably put a transformer maybe on one of these walls and hook it up, and that should power everything for the moment. Because this production stuff will almost certainly get removed from this room and put into its own independent production room later. So I don't need to worry too much about the power it's consuming. Yeah. Hey, Donnie. You try to build a waste tank emptier in Airlock at some point. Yeah, there are many things I could do in that airlock to make it better. Most I'm not too worried about for now. But yes, there are always so many goals like those things to do that I just don't get around to for a very, very long time. That I could and probably should get around to, but yeah, that's life. You just don't. Yes, good morning, Charlie. You can hear that your little person is awake. How is my cabling not blowing out? Because I'm not pulling more than 5,000 watts. If there's less than 5,000 watts draw and you don't have a weird short circuit or a circuit between two batteries. So if you have a circuit running from an area power controller with a battery to another area power controller with a battery, it will burn out that circuit because the battery in the secondary power controller can draw more than 5 kilowatts. And that's obviously not good. So I suspect you've got a short circuit running between 2 batteries in area power controllers there, Tony. I've been watching a fair few vids on stationaries and I've not seen, but is there a way to find the mutations that a plant has, i.e. tolerance to temp load? Yes, there is a plant analyzer, the plant analyzer thing. You can take a sample of a plant, you run it over to the analyzer machine, you put it in the analyzer machine, and you run it. I had one in my Venus base. I didn't really get round to messing with it because it's quite a slow process doing anything with those things. And that doesn't really work as a live stream thing. One second. I am going to... Nope, never mind. Scully's been let out. Yeah, the genetic stuff is interesting, but it does unfortunately suffer from not being super great for streaming content. So I tend to I like the idea of messing with it, but it just doesn't work out to be particularly practical. I think the other thing was I tend to make my plants grow at a scale where it doesn't matter what the genetics are as my solution to not having ideal genetics in the plants, rather than having them restricted and having perfect plants. Because I feel like you got multiple avenues for dealing with plants. Do you need to fix their genetics so they can grow in an environment that you provide them? Or do you just provide them the environment in which they want to grow? And I've tended towards providing them the environment in which they want to grow, mostly. And then just growing so many of them that it doesn't matter that they're not optimal. Rather than dealing with altering the genetics of the plants up to the point that they can do all the things that I need them to. You can kind of go either way. Now we need glass.
Hydration critical.
Have more potato. Yeah, quantity over quality, exactly. You can improve oxygen output, I think, maybe, or you just improve growth speed. I'm not sure. I didn't mess with it enough to see what exactly you could improve. Honestly, Daz, that doesn't sound fun. Strictly limiting myself to just a few plants of each type to try and force me to optimize their genetics. I think I'd prefer to see if someone ends up modding a plant in that has really broad genetic ranges. So instead of sticking with whatever the genetics your first plant has, you know that it can get so much better or so much worse that it's worth you spending the time messing with its genetics to optimize them to keep them at that high end, because the low end ones are so worthless that you really should just throw them away. So it would potentially, even in a scenario like that, be viable to get Larry to destroy the bad plants if you were using Larry. So like a harsh plant mod like that, I think could probably work as a way to encourage you to mess with the plant genetics in a way that's... Oh wait, I don't want to do it that way. In a way that's a bit more interesting. Larry, what's that? Larry is a robot arm that you can use to collect things and be your harvester. Yeah, Yosh, we talked a few weeks back about some of the ideas that I would have for allowing players to get other plant types without having to resort to getting traders. And I think having that as a thing, particularly once they have nuclear power, so that we can irradiate the seeds and mess with their genetics on a very delicate scale, that could be interesting. Or mess with their, like, put them in an irradiated environment with certain atmospheric conditions. Smeghead, you won't get waste gas from a deep miner, because deep mined ores don't produce off gas. Or are you talking about or combustion centrifuge having waste gas? Is that what you're talking about? But yeah, there could be a number of potential fun things they could add in as a way for us to mess with plants, such as, yeah, having glowing plants as a gene type that you can end up with. That could be fun. That could be something interesting. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10 more walls. No, there are no angle walls. I mean, there's cladding, but there are no angle walls. The reason there are no angular pieces, such as we're used to from those of us who play Space Engineers, is the cell system that the atmosphere uses. So I'm standing in one atmospheric cell, and then I move to the next one. If you have a wall dividing that cell, the game has no way of knowing which side of that cell you are on, and it has no way of dividing that atmosphere between that cell, so that cell is effectively exposed to outside and inside and becomes a gigantic hole into your base. So, and the game has no way of handling that. If you have it so they're full blocks, so they occupy that space, the game still has no way of saying, this is a half volume cell. And so it's still a full volume cell, but it's actually only occupying half the volume, which may not be too bad a compromise for a lot of circumstances, but it's one they haven't actually done in my experience. Let's get the rest of this done. I think I'll go to wall for this lower section. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Space Engineers has issues with the angled wall air tightness nonsense as well. But it's a bigger issue in Stationeers because Stationeers does so much more with their atmospherics. So one of the things I've been trying to do, and I did it on my last Vulcan save as well, is with my walls for rooms like the greenhouse that I'm like the solar room that I'm likely not to spend much time in. Don't bother putting them nicely on the inside. Make them look nice on the outside. Also, that shouldn't be a wall, that should be a window. Because if I'm not going to see it, it doesn't need to look nice. Okay, we just need to make stairs for that bit. Stormworks could do things in a whole bunch of different ways because they don't dynamically update things the way that Stationeers and Space Engineers do. You build in this separate creative build world and then you exist. So they could do a whole lot of processing on that thing that's done in between the conversion from build mode to real mode. I'm not sure that that's how they do it, but it's an option, and I can understand why some developers would choose to go down that path because of that option that it provides them. Unfortunately, I don't tend to enjoy those games as much. The only game where you do that separate build mode thing.
Temperature critical.
Oh no.
Oxygen low. Oxygen critical.
I need to turn up my headphones. I didn't hear her warnings. I didn't hear her warnings at all.
Air tank low.
Yeesh. Yeah, KSP was the only game I really enjoyed with the separate build mode, and I think it's because it integrates into the story of the game so much better. Because of course you build in the VAB and then you just do things out in space. Of course that's how it works. Thanks, Master MSC. Thank you so much for the 6 months in advance and 33 months all up. Whew. That was a little too close. Yeah, I legit did not hear her warnings at all that time. Hopefully I have not done too much lung damage to myself. I need more plastic. Yeah, no one would expect the rocket to be built in flight. Yeah. And I honestly think it's something that simple that is why I'm fine with it in KSP where I'm not in other games. Because I'm like, well, of course you don't build it in flight. Of course you don't. I'm still looking into ferns. Not just yet. I will be getting ferns, but not just yet. I need to move my solar panels first, and then I'm going to put down a whole bunch of extra thingamajiggies, a whole lot of extra hydroponics units, so that I can grow ferns and potatoes in here and other food. And once I've got that laid out, obviously, as I'm getting that laid out, I should be heading to getting some more things. My brain just doesn't want to work right now. To getting ferns and the like to get more oxygen in. Okay, let's go get a drink and then I'll head back out. That was weird. I think there was... Oh, stair. Need a stair. Thanks, Drakadar. I think I missed you earlier. Sorry about that. Thank you for 35 months. Thanks, love. Thank you for the prime sub. Has anyone found a viable working use for the turbine? Doubtful. I think the turbine they had plans for, and then it probably is going to return to have a plan for it when we get nuclear power, and that's why they probably. I'm assuming that's why they haven't touched it in a while. Oh, nice. I do like that the VODs that I post to YouTube are genuinely useful for people. From this. And it's why I try and encourage the people that I usually play with to do the same. The only person who I have streamed with regularly... Actually, no, there are two. There are two. I was about to say the only person, but no. No, that's wrong. That's inaccurate. There are only two people who I regularly stream with who actually have taken on board the, hey, you know, you might want to actually post stuff on YouTube because it's kind of handy for people to be able to find it. Shadow and TFE. So they both were very consistent with doing that. Capac. Wasted. Shack. None of them. I'll leave that window empty so I can get out. No, Wally. I have not seen Pantheon. I don't watch any TV or shows like that these days. It's not out of a lack of desire. It is out of a what time do I have available to me, and TV doesn't fit into that. Most of my days are... It's like a day where I'm streaming. I get up early. Like, so for today, I'll get up at about 5:30. Start streaming at 6. Stream through, well, with Stationeers because I always get carried away because I want to play more. Stream through till about midday. Have lunch. Spend my afternoon doing various things like trying to record stuff, come up with ideas for videos, editing, that sort of thing. Doing prep for Wrong Way Out, whatever it ends up being. And then the rest of the evening is Toby and family time. And that's kind of it. Like, Toby's just turned 2, so we don't watch TV. And he likes to get up very early in the morning, so we don't watch TV after he's gone to bed either. No, Mike, there are a couple of other lassos to do, but I'm getting there. Like, I occasionally, like at lunchtime I'll maybe watch a 15-20 minute YouTube video. Especially if Eons has something new out. or sorted food. Okay, right. I need a vent, which I have over here. I need to get power over there. And I need to evacuate that space. I also need a couple of doors. And doors are going to require some iron, which I don't have. And some copper, which I've used up a lot of, but I should still have some left. Yes. So I'll go smelt some iron. Nope. I will go mine some iron. My current agenda for the stream is get the solar room finished, move my solar array, build the start of my proper power distribution system. Thinking at the moment that batteries will go underneath. The battery room will be underneath the solar room. Yeah, I want to move my solar panels out of my main living area. They do tend to get a bit in the way. Ah, this is so much nicer than drilling with the regular drill. Even without any mods that increase the yield, this is still so nice. But yeah, that's basically why I don't tend to have time to watch TV these days. To be fair though, most of the time I used to watch TV shows was actually while I was just playing a game anyway. If I think back even to times when I did do a lot of that, I didn't really just sit down and watch show anything all that much. I'd prefer to play a game and have something in the background, which would often end up meaning that I'd re-watch something that I'd already seen rather than watching something new. If Toby ever gets to a point where he's sleeping through a whole night and I can be sure he's going to do that, or feel confident about that, then I'll probably get back to being able to watch stuff again. It just feels too risky to stay up late when he's already asleep. It's like, nope, he's asleep, get some sleep. Who knows when you'll get the next bit. Don't take that chance. It's not worth the risk. There've been a couple of times where I've stayed up reading a book or something like that, and I've just been like, oh, this was a mistake. Because he woke up 2 hours later, and then I get very little sleep that night. So basically, standard parent stuff. Pretty sure you could ask any parent with a child who is relatively young, and that will be what their experience is. Unless they're one of these jerks that have a baby that just sleeps all the time. Jerks. I thought I'd just, since I was in a good copper and iron area here, I thought I'd just quickly grab what I could, as I may be at a point soon after I've dealt with this solar room to get the plants trader down. Send my ore trader away, so I want to make sure I've got enough if I want to both make some more of the hydroponics trays, which needs lots of iron, and sell some to make some money to buy all the plants. And this just is such a rich area for copper and iron. It's perfect. Oh, hear that bubbling lava. Yep, my spare... Oh, my spare waste tank is open. Oh no. Okay, I don't have a spare waste tank. Good to remember. Will I be upgrading to hard suits soon? No. Eventually, yes. I think I'm almost done with mining this bit. So that's definitely enough copper to sell some. And my waste tank is at 2 megapascals, so I should probably not run that gauntlet too often. Oh, but there's so much copper right in front of me. Also my... Okay, yeah, I'm actually full. So that's probably the reason I should go home. Oh, and I'm using up too much jetpack. Okay, hovering with the jetpack is not good. Oh no.
Jetpack low.
Okay, get out, get out, get out. That was terrifying. That was lava. That was lava all over my face. And my suit has taken damage, and so has everything in it. So my uniform has taken damage too. Good to know it's not instant death, although I had already been told that it wasn't instant death. Was still enough that I was terrified. Let's sell a bit more. It's actually pretty good. 800 bucks. Not too shabby. Now, I do have a plan for my waste tank that I just poisoned, which is empty it down to 0 in the room I'm about to vacuum out. I just have to remember that it's poison for the moment. So, I need to take another cable coil with me, probably. To cable up to the vent that I've got. I need to take some pipes with me. And the glass with me. Oh, poo. How do I do this? If I don't want to just stand in that room, I need to set up the airlock first, don't I? And can I even build a door against this wall? I don't think you can build a door against a wall. Nerds! I'm not convinced that leaving the canister open as I go through the airlock will completely empty the canister, because there aren't enough ticks where it's at 0 that it would fully empty, I would think. Use the airlocks to fix like your canister all the time. Okay. Do the last 2 times I went through. I mean, that's fair. There is that. I need a proper canister emptying thing so I don't do this. Alright, let's have a look. Okay. Did that poison my base at all? No. Okay, cool. Yep. You guys are right. I'm glad for the tip. That works well. Thanks, Marlon. Thank you for 13 months. Like 13. Yep, I would have already polluted my thing. That is true.
Jetpack low.
Yes, yes, I know my jetpack's low. I used it for too long. Okay, let's make door. Thanks, Heleno. Thank you for the prime sub. Door. Where is my iron? Where did my iron go? There it is. Make 2 doors. It's that hint of disdain in his voice when he says chat was right that just warms the heart.
Hydration critical.
I have no retort to that. What do I need for a door? Is it plastic or is it steel I need for the door? Plastic sheets. Glass door. Yeah, plastic sheets. Alright, so... yeah, it does occupy the same space. So I can either just move the whole thing across, like move it down 1 row, or I could maybe set up... oh!
Hunger caution.
Yeah, that's how I can do it. I know how I can do it. I know what I can do. Also, this light might be in the way of the door. So I probably need to move it too. But, let's go and set things up. I think I need some pipe. And I need a passive vent. I don't need a steel frame. Don't need steel sheets. Need plastic sheets. Pipe. I'll leave that behind because that's just extra stuff. And a vent, which I don't have there. Vent. Passive vent. Insulated passive vent. Probably should change all my vents in my airlocks over to insulated ones, because I'm probably bleeding heat. That is probably a thing I need to do at some point soon. Because in this base I've got all my vents on walls, although this one's floating, so this one isn't going to be bleeding. So this one's actually fine. And the exterior one doesn't matter because it's the exterior one. But it might be bleeding heat through when I'm on the other side. Like that might bleed into the interior space. Is that enough pipe? It should be.
Jetpack critical.
This is my thought. If I build the active vent here... yeah. Here. Build active vent there. Build my pipe. And then my vent goes on there. Which I can't place around this way. And I'm going to need to use my jetpack. I'm going to have to go back inside and fill that. So I forgot. So my thinking is, I set up the vacuum to... oh wait, no, I need the vent on the other side of the door. I did that wrong. Maybe I need 2 vents. 2 active vents. Or the ability to set up 2. Gotta think about that. Basically, my idea is I vacuum out all of that space and I have the door into the airlock closable. And then I pop out the wall out to the side. When this space is fully evacuated, I can then have I can then hop in here, close the door, close the wall, vacuum it out to outside, and then pop through the wall because it'll only be a single block of volume that I'll fill with gas from inside my living space. I can then build the airlock with that section as part of my base. So that should be fine. That was my thought on that. So that's my idea there, which may require some more pipe. No, Richard. Don't think I've necessarily explained myself well enough if you think that I'm going to be able to vent the airlock. Obviously, an alternative to what I'm doing here with the vent and trying to vacuum out this space would be to just build frames and fill the space and delete the gas. But I did that a couple of times in my Venus run, and it's frankly quite an annoying way to do things. I know it works, but it was actually quite annoying. I didn't like it. Eat the potato. So I think, up until a recent update, the achievement for eating potatoes for 30 days or whatever it was could only be done if you ate potato, not cooked potato, but potato. Yeah, Yosh, cheese. It is cheesy to do things that way. Not the worst cheese, but definitely cheese. Okay, so if I get... What I just needed to make sure is there is a vent on the outside. Vent to outside. And I can move the internal vent to wherever I need it to be moved to. Initially, the internal vent needs to be over here. So it needs to be on the other side of this door. No, I'd say the cheese of filling a space with gigantic bits of steel to then have that delete the gases that are inside that. I reckon that's like a nice French cheese, like a proper, like a brie Bruce, some soft creamy cheese, something that's quite pleasant. I don't think that's... It's a long way from squeezy can American cheese-like product. Hop in. Get our window filled. Set in, turn on. So this will take a little while to empty out. But assuming I have actually enclosed it, which it does look like. This should be empty in not too long. Yes. What I can do now is I can close this door. But before I do that, I need to give myself the ability. I forgot this is why I wanted an extra vent. What I was going to do was put a passive vent on the other end there so I can know when that room is at vacuum without having to open the door. I'm going to go get another vent. In fact, I've got a cowl sitting on the ground. I'll just use that. Saw one over here somewhere. There it is. Let's go back around. This is a solar power room. My current living space is going to be my greenhouse. There we go. So that now connects this pipe to that room, which means I can close this door, know when it's at vacuum, which means I can then come in here, build the wall up, open the door, wait for it to go vacuum again because there'll be the volume that's in here that needs to be evacuated. Or I can get another active vent, put it here, vacuum this out before I even open it up. Because I'm going to need another active vent for the airlock anyway, so I may as well do that. And then I can just open it up, and I can build the and then I'll be able to open up this wall, because I'll have vacuum in there, and connect to the rest of my base. Second vent does sound better, because then I don't have to get rid of the last remnants of gas. Although, to be fair, I don't need pure vacuum in that room. I just need different enough to external atmosphere. But pure vacuum is safer. Thanks, Radical Leo. Thank you for the prime sub. And yes, second vent is definitely faster. Active vent. So what else do I need for an airlock? I need a passive vent. Possibly go an insulated one this time, just so I've at least... I can make some people happy that I'm no longer using the terrible vents. There we go. 2 insulated passive vents. Got the active vent. We need a console. I need some more pipe, potentially. Yeah, I should make some more pipe. Oh yeah, good point. It will eventually turn into a hot box if it's not vacuum. That's fair. So we got some pipe. Got the other door. Got any other bits lying around that might be useful? Area power controller, that is useful. I should make a heavy, like a big battery. I think I've done everything I need to do from this machine. Now it's up to the electro printer. So we need a console. Sensor. Thank you for the reminder about the sensor. I was probably going to forget that bit and have to come back for it. No, I don't think I do want a hotbox. Vulcan gets so hot, you don't really need a hotbox. I think if you can store some massive insulated tanks of Vulcan winter daytime air, where it's like 1200 degrees, you probably don't need to worry about heating things. But also, Vulcan has volatiles in the air, so as long as I've got enough plants producing oxygen, I can oxidize those volatiles, producing massive amounts of heat without needing to worry about power and other heat generating techniques. And it's hard for me to justify not doing it that way. It's kind of where I'm at with that, I think. So we got the airlock, got glass for that, for the console, sorry. Then I've got the sensor, cables, battery. I believe ferns generate O2 the whole time they're alive, not just during their growth phase. But someone in chat can correct me on that if I am wrong. And it looks like no one's correcting me, so I'm probably not wrong. I'm just going there so it's not on the floor. Right. I think that should be all that's needed, but the good part is I plan on building this with that wall popped open, so I won't need to be going in and out. So I can leave all that there. Let's go and check on the state of this. Yeah, I'm possibly not going to really need to worry so much about Larry on this base like I did on Venus, because I don't need to compost. So I can just have an enormous room full of ferns producing oxygen. I don't actually need to harvest them. Oh, we're pretty close to vacuum. Less than 1 Pascal. Composting for nitrogen. Oh, right. Composting for nitrogen. That's what I'll probably be composting for, not the volatiles, for the nitrogen this time around. Yeah. I will be right back. I'm just going to take a quick bio break, and then I'm going to possibly pause while I do that. I was just thinking, do I sit here with this going down and my waste tank almost full? No. No, that's a bad idea. I am going to fix that side of things first. I'm going to go inside. I'm going to take off my suit, and then I'll go on my bio break so that my character can get less unhappy about the lack of shower. While I stand here with a bunch of floating capacs around. I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. And yes, I agree with what is said in chat. I thought Cargo Larry could interact with lockers. I thought that was kind of the whole point of a Cargo Larry. Alright. So I need to plug in the active vent. My shower need has gone, at least.
Waste tank caution.
Refresh my air tank. Ah. Dang airlock and high pressure differentials across it. And not and being too impatient to have it fill itself. Where is my vent? Didn't I have my vent in my hand? What did I do with... Chat, what did I do with my active vent? What the heck? Area power controller. Sheets and frames. Console. Passive vents. Sensor. Battery. None of these are my active vent. What the heck? Where did it go? It's not in my pile on the stairs. This is perplexing. Did I put it in the new door room? It's not inside the machines. Alright, I'm gonna have to go check whether it ended up somewhere funny. It is kind of a big issue for it to have disappeared, yeah. But I just apparently put it down in here. So there's that. Alright. Pop that there. Pop cable there, and I'll connect that on the other side. The reason it's potentially a big issue is it means that floorage is not safe if I had lost it. And one of the really cool things about Stationeers is that it doesn't seem to suffer as badly as most other games that have physics systems like this. It doesn't seem to suffer as badly from having tons of physics objects on the ground and having them fall through said ground. Okay, we are at vacuum. And we are at vacuum on the other side of the door, so I can open up the door if I want to. And I might want to, yeah. Mm-hmm. Just thought that's actually probably a better way to have that. Have the tape to fix up the suit more easily accessible. Okay, cool. So let's remove all these bits then. And that goes on there. Oh, wait. It's a passive vent. I was like, no, I can't remove from this side of the wall. Okay. So I'll bring these through. Then I can close this door. And then I can open this wall. And we should be good. I can then just build the rest of the airlock. Thankfully, without getting smacked too hard in the face by those plastic sheets. Yeah. Yeah. It was good to do that right and not have made a mistake. Yep. The light is almost certainly in the way, so let's move that. Blocked by cable. Arrgh. Alright, door can fit. Vent can go on ground. Plastic. Alright, so I don't need any of... I do need the glass, but I don't need the plastic on me now. Oh, this makes me happy, building these things properly. Kind of properly the first time as well. So I'll put both the vents on this side.
Power low.
Ah, that's a bit annoying. Oh, poop. I did this slightly wrong. No! Oh, it's okay. Because I can actually... I could open up inside there and just vent all of this back into my living space as I go. Because I'm going to have to open into there to put my passive vent inside that space. Although, am I? Because this is a simple airlock, effectively, because it's to vacuum. So that vent doesn't really do anything. Does it? Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Or I just manually use the airlock. Yeah, can do that too. Well, that's going to get in the way of the window, isn't it? I mean, the light. I think I'll need to move the light over to here. Or even over to here. Maybe there's better. Only downside of where I've just put it is that I have to move my sign and... my sign won't get any light on it. So maybe I need to put my sign on this wall? That just feels too far out of the way. Put it in the middle. It can be in the middle. It'll be fine. I want the solar room to be vacuum. There's a whole lot of heat from all those windows that I just don't need to have in an area that I have to cool. Let's go clean up those cables now. And I'll have a look at where I need to put the cables for that light. But yeah, I could set up a simple airlock like the moon. I do like having an advanced airlock as my default thing to build. Part of the reason for that is if something goes wrong and I do end up with some gas in there, at least I've got an airlock that's set up in such a way that it doesn't matter. I still won't poison everything. So that's my power distribution for there, which can have the light on it, I think. And then I can put that, I can connect that up once I get back inside. Then, for this airlock, it should be off the main line, which is effectively this right now. So I'll run power from here. Chat, do you guys know, is the jetpack from this basic suit less efficient than the one from the hard suit? Because I feel like I'm going through my jetpack propellant really quickly. Or is it the Vulcan's gravity is higher and that's where I'm getting messed up? Yes, it is. It's also less powerful. Yeah. Okay, so that's where the power comes in, which means I need to move that vent over one block. So I can have the APC on there. Okay. How's your jetpack goes through it faster? Really? Maybe it's just because I put a smart canister in that I didn't think about it. I mean, that's almost certainly what it is, isn't it? It's that I'm used to having a smart canister. I was using super hot gas in my Venus save, so I don't think it's the heat side of things. It certainly could be the canister size, because I'm definitely using a small canister now. Okay. Battery for the thing. The rest of it should just be plug and play. Is my thrust setting still high? My thrust setting is still a bit high. I don't know how low I can set it and still float. Oh man. Thinking about how mindless setting up an airlock is now compared to compared to the pain that it was when I had to learn how to set them up. This is certainly one of those areas where I feel like I've progressed a lot. Obviously coding is also the other area, but just even something as simple as this used to be a mad faff for me to get right. I don't know if they've also made it easier in that time. Now where, oh where, have I left my data disk? I put it in the computer, didn't I? Yes, I did. Okay, let's label some things. Solar room. Should we just call it solar? Solar door. Air control. Solar power. There we go, that should do. So control will be interior. Solar vent is exterior. Solar power is exterior. Control vent. That. Sensor. External pressure is 0. Internal pressure is 0. Because I'm impatient. And now we should have an airlock. And that was less horrible of an experience than I had feared. Do you have to click the airlock buttons in a specific order? No. You do, like, they do show up as the external ones first. So you have to choose the external ones first, and then the internal options will be available. You can't select the internals. But if you're building an advanced airlock, internal versus external is really arbitrary. You choose which is actually your internal and which is actually your external. That's up to you. All right, let's do the thing I should have been doing while I was getting this built and actually start printing off some solar panels. Get solar panel. I've got not enough copper to make much, but I've got enough of the gold and steel. So I need to get some more copper smelted. Let's do that. Yeah, CO2 filter will need some love soon. I know. Whether I remember it when I need to remember it, I'm not sure. But I do know it for the moment. That's 20 copper per, so 100 will give me 5. So I might smelt 200 copper. Thanks, Corbin. I really like this base. I really like the split levels that I've got in it. It feels like the kind of base where you know where you are in it, just instantly. Each room has its, because of the windows and the way I built the windows, you know where you are in each room, and where you are in the base. And I really like that. Oh, there we go. Apparently, venting it allowed the external temperature to heat up my furnace enough that it is now hot. Enough for the copper. Oh yeah, Matador, I have printed off a bunch of heavy cable because I'm going to need to go heavy cable for this. Because this will hopefully be my solar array for a while now. This is why I've got this heavy cable down here. So let's take these up there and we'll start building. And I'll deal with my thirst when I come back through. So my thought is to fill this space entirely with solar panels. Maybe leaving this row here free, but to fill every other row. Which, yeah, I think that's the way to go. Now, forgot to check, and can I see from here well enough? No. Which way have I got my solar panels down there, so that I don't have to mess with my script? Okay. Power is that way. Power is at 0. Cool. Is Stationeers a more automation and hardcore version of Space Engineers? No. I get why people think of them in those terms, but no, not really. It is definitely more, it has automation focus, but because you can't build custom vehicles or ships or things that crash into other things, they're very different games. Like, that's, to me, the main selling point of Space Engineers. You can build stuff that you can crash. But Stationeers doesn't have that at all. Stationeers' main selling point is that if you understand something in the real world, there's a very good chance it'll work close enough in this that you can apply that knowledge to Stationeers. So my background, I studied a moderate amount of chemistry at university, and I was able to use that knowledge of chemistry that is now in the far depths of my brain because it was a long time ago, and just understand things in this. I just knew how they worked. I could use that external knowledge, and it was just close enough to reality that it just worked. I think I'll go heavy cable down this end. Heading down to the battery room. That is true, I never did hook up the light in the control room. Goes down there. So at my current power consumption levels, my current number of solar panels is more than adequate. But if I'm going to be going to heavy miners soon, which I am, deep miners I should say, which I am, I need to make sure that I've got lots of solar power, and I will then also establish some Stirling engines for getting even more power. So my idea is, because I need the data cables running to all of these solar panels so they can track properly, I have the data cables coming out one end of the row and the power cables coming out the other end of the row. If I end up wanting to expand this room, I think the sensible direction for expansion is that way, because I don't want to have the solar panels arranged too many layers deep, because the sun in winter is going to do this and track very close to that horizon. I think it kind of does more like that. And that means that if I'm very deep this way, I end up with the solar panels blocking the light to the ones behind them, which is not really ideal. what I was thinking of doing with this setup was I'm going to get these solar panels built and connected up to a battery. That battery is going to be heavy cable, is going to be having the heavy cable distribution coming from it, which I'll then run a transformer from to run the solar trackers. So this system will be completely self-contained before I connect it up to my main grid. Because then I can try and connect up to my main grid in a more sensible fashion than what I did on the previous base, where I ended up killing myself because I used a set batch command. No. Marizin, I can't turn the solar panels so they face the data connector on both sides, because then you would have to have different signals to each solar panel on each row, and you'd need to name them so you have different commands for each row. And although that saves a fair bit of cable, I've never bothered making a script that would do that. But now that you've made me say it out loud, I'm like, why haven't I? Should I? Maybe I should. Food for thought. No, I'm not going to build a kit battery large. Since that question was in chat. No. This is too expensive. But yeah, I was thinking, but yes, it's probably not a terrible idea to eventually make a solar script that does allow me to do that, because it would save on a lot of cabling. Which is not so much about the resources in the cable. I mean, it's not at all about the resources in the cable. It's entirely about the fact that that would make it quicker to set up gigantic arrays. From a cabling point of view, but then it will take longer from a I have to name everything point of view. So I genuinely don't know which is actually quicker. Yeah, I genuinely don't know. Which of those is going to be more of a pain? Because having to go to every single panel and name it reverse and have that name and give it a different offset wouldn't be too hard, because my solar code's pretty tidy. I'd just have to have a separate batch command with the different thing on the same code. It just does one, then does the other. Does one, then the other. And that's quite straightforward. I just don't know how painful it is to name them. Because it's like, name it. Name it. I suppose I can I copy paste? Oh yeah. Actually probably wouldn't be, naming them would probably be easier. Yeah. Some legitimate consideration there, actually. I'll have to think about that. Seems about the same effort as putting down more wire. Well, sort of. I just realized my waste tank's almost full. But yeah, I had not thought about this previously. This needs to be placed on a frame. Dang it. Yeah, I'm not sure the higher density is helpful. you certainly need less heavy cable, which is nice. That, to me, is indisputably nice. If I put that there, and I put the battery on there, I think that's a fine spot for a battery. Put all the batteries down this end.
Jetpack low.
Especially if I... Yeah, I think I'll do. Okay, we have battery. This is where the input comes from, so... Right down here. And then I'm out of cable. So I need to connect that corner up to there. Then I also need to run heavy cable from this battery onto this wall. Probably these frames here. And then I can branch from that into that transformer. I can put another transformer in that then connects to the rest of the base for the flow when I need it to change over. So that should be good. Snakehead, the sun on Vulcan changes a lot over the course of the winter and summer months. It's very dynamic, and I may actually have the arc slightly wrong, looking at where it's rising right now. It's very weird, basically. But solar power is effective, and Stirlings are very effective, so it's not too bad. Alright, cable. Heavy cable. I'm out of copper. Did I leave copper in anything else? Just checking. No. Do. Yeah, I thought that... Is the sunlight going at all... The star is doing... The black hole is doing weird things. I don't know. It's just weird. It's just plain weird. I'll just accept that I've left my solar room open on glass on all sides, so... If I build a square... I could kind of pretend like it doesn't matter which way I expand. Yes, the step terrace is not ideal unless you actually pay attention to where things are going and coming from, which I have not been doing. At least not as well as I thought I had. Alright. So, I'm also going to need to make a new tracking. Like a new housing and IC chip. I've got the housing though, so I don't need to make a new one of them. I do need to make another chip though. Because I want to duplicate my setup. I want to leave this running until I actually have the other one. So I need a sensor as well. We got a sensor. Then need a IC10. Which needs electrum and solder, which is on the floor. Electrum, solder. Have I gotten the potato eating achievement yet? No, because I was eating cereal bars up until pretty much day 29, so I'm a long way from the potato eating achievement. So I've got the sensor, I've got the IC thing, that's all I need, yep. I just need more. More of the stuff. Oh, I'll also need to make a transformer. Okay, so. Why am I like this? Why? Why did I not take note of where my sensor was facing? So my sensor is... I guess if you talk about the data point, my data point is facing 0. And my... I should really set up my script so that the data point on the sensor and the data point on the solar panels point the same way, not opposing.
Power low.
Because then I might be able to just remember it. It does seem like dreamer talk, but maybe it would work. So I put that there. Then we get our housing. Put you there. I should probably... If I've still got the computer hooked up. Do I still have a computer hooked up? I do. Can I access my solar one from here? Air conditioner filtration. No. Who? Well, that sucks. I need to bring that housing back. Oh yeah, good point, Danny. I need another APC as well, don't I? Yeah, Nighthawk, none of these things produce any gases. The thing that produces gases might be this that you might be thinking of, the arc furnace. If you've got that inside your base, that will release gases. So if I chuck this down here, chuck that in there, and hook this up. I see housing, edit, library, solar tracker, load it. Confirm, export. And then we find out that I've actually got the other one set up differently, so what I might do Oh, it's the wrong type of solar panel on that one. Yep. Import. Export. Yay! They're identical now. that's done. I'm probably going to need to build a housing for down there, but at the moment I'll just deal. So I need a power controller. And I need a battery for it. Yeah, I couldn't remember whether I'd overwritten my previous setup in my saved library or not. And I definitely had not. That's why I thought I could get away with it, but yeah. At least I can... things are okay. Let's get the gold in there. I'm using up all of my resources today. Is there anything I need to smelt? No, not really. Could make another batch of steel, but it's not urgent. I'm not going to do it. Just thinking while the smelter's hot, but it'll cool down quite quickly as soon as I take out the... as soon as I put the coal in, really. Get a battery for that. Which means I actually don't want to do this one off a... I want to do this off the heavy cable coming in. Yeah. No transformer on this one, yeah. Thanks, Hollow Jonesy. Thank you for the prime sub. Yeah. My brain is slowly catching up to where I'm at. That's my area power controller. Pop my battery in, switch it on, close it up forever. That goes around there, this goes around here. And I just got to hook that up there. And then connect all my higher voltage, higher wattage cable. So that's connected to my existing solar panels, yes, good. I'll fill in this row. There is part of me that is seriously considering now doing the flip of these. What the heck? Let's do it. Save on cables. And actually have these as densely placed as I had talked about placing them. We'll name these reverse, and then we will work them out at some point. Cool. Name them based on what direction their data port is. That's a good idea. Is that 180? Data point. Yep, that's 180, and then this one's 0. Because if they're named this way, I should be able to always know which ones to name which way and not have to fiddle around going, oh, I think this is the reverse one. Nope, I was wrong. Ah, no. Copy. Okay. So I'll have some fun messing around with and fixing up this script later. So that's all hooked up properly. Now I need to just bring the heavy cable outside. And everything else I need to do should be outside. Nope. Put the chip in it. That would help. You can use the scroll wheel when labeling to scroll through past labels. Oh, cool. I didn't know that. Yeah, I want to get the first row set up before worrying about the second row, since it's not going to track the sun properly anyway. So that's why I'm doing this bit now. Seeing if I can hook this up and at least get this started. Thanks, Bad Dog. Thank you for 65 months. Thank you very much. How's Vulcan treating you? Really well. I've said this a few times this stream. I'm really enjoying, and I said this last stream on this save as well, I'm really enjoying this save.
Jetpack critical.
I think having had the, like, still recent enough memories of my start on Venus, and definitely recent enough memories of my previous start on Vulcan, has just given me the ability to, you know, remember what I did and learn from those mistakes in a way that's allowed me to set up a base in a way that, such that I'm really happy with how it's going. Are things going to need to be changed? Yeah, absolutely, of course. But I don't have that same feeling of dread that everything I've built is wrong. Which is certainly contributing to me enjoying myself more. Okay. If you're wondering why I did that weird little bend here at the end, it's because I think, for aesthetic reasons, I may put full frames down into the ground here, which means I wanted to keep this cable outside the frame. Oh, cool. It's not too far back. Still think I'm going to be short on cable, but it's just not too bad. No. So I need more jetpack juice, and I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, I think I've got exactly the right number of cable, or just one more than I strictly need. Yeah, the laptop needed fancy alloys, which is why I didn't make it. And I kind of like having my computer here. I think I'm going to use this. I like that it encourages me to come back inside, so I can just stand at my coding thing and I don't need to pause. I know it's not ideal for other uses sometimes because I can't be right beside the thing and updating it and checking it and making sure it's working, that sort of thing. But I kind of like it. I do need more heavy cable though.
Hydration critical.
Yeah, take your suit off. Exactly, I can take my suit off to code. need a bunch more heavy cable. So we can take my suit off. There we go. We have light up here again. Alright, let's get things done. It's daylight out there. Let's try and get this solar tracking begun and the charge building up.
Oxygen low. Low pressure. Oxygen critical. Pressure critical.
Oh, red blinking on the base, yeah. Why am I chewing through so much more power now? That's not good. And I forgot my jetpack. And I should probably make a CO2 filter. Or two. Definitely one. Alright. CO2 filter's dealt with. Jetpack is full enough to use. I've got enough heavy cable from the start of what I'm doing. Something. Power. Turn off the machines. I do wonder where is chewing the most of the power. Check my base O2. Let's see. Can't quite read that while staring up. Still got plenty. Still got quite a bit. Yeah, I'll check the landing pad pumps, but I'm pretty sure I had them off. I was trying to be better at that. Yeah, they're both off. Either way, if it's okay. Like, I'm not too stressed about having run low on power, as I am literally in the process of adding more power. And my goal after adding this bit of extra power is to add Stirling engines, which is even more power. So, I feel okay about it. You guys are so panicky about the suffocation thing. It's fine. The consequences are a bit final. I can't deny that. Turn on. Flashing an error? Why are you flashing an error? The heck is it, line 6? This is why I need the laptop. I didn't use names. It's not using names. The names don't matter. The names don't matter. Oh, I didn't set the pins. Which pins do I need to set up? Daylight sensor. That's it. There we go. That's going to start charging up that battery well. So I've got the full 6 panels at the back there working. Ah, if you have a device pin alias, it'll show that name on the pin. Ah. That's something to try and remember. Got that. Now, how many of these can I actually connect up with my current supply of heavy cable? More than I thought. Because although they're not getting good power, then while it's overhead, they'll still get something. How many solar panels can go on one heavy cable? 200. It's 500 watts per solar panel. Heavy cable takes 100 kilowatts. So yeah, you're rarely going to run into problems with heavy cables and solar panels. Wind turbines are weird because of their storm output being so massive. But yeah, solar panels, you're going to be in a very late stage of the game before you're running into problems with how much they're outputting. Should probably turn off this computer too because I'm not using it. Although, maybe this is when I should test my new setup. I should do some editing with my suit off. So, I probably want to do... So, let's have a look. SBN is... device hash, name hash. How do I use a name hash? Because effectively what I'm presuming I need to do is here is an SBN panels 0 SBN, well, the device hash, which will be this. You guys are not giving me the information I actually need to understand this. Because you're missing some info that you're assuming some info I don't understand. For this, do I do a define? And I go, say, panels 0, and a define panels 180. And then do the hash name? Yeah, thanks, Daz. Define a name like define 180 panels hash panel solar panel 0. So that's what I called them. So it'd be that. Double quotes. Thank you. There we go. Now it's not red. That makes me feel better. Hash. The nice thing about this is this should ignore the panel type, so this will work for all of my panels. No matter which way I do it, so this script will become more useful. Solar panel 0, panel 0, panels 180, panel 0. So name hash would be... So SBN. So should I then be able to do set batch because I've done a define? Rather than set batch name. So is there any point, is there actually any value in doing a define up there? Or am I just going to basically have to duplicate it? Because then I go device hash, which would be... Wait, can I go panels, solar panel 0? Wait, no, panels 0? Can I do that? Cool. Okay. Okay, that is neater. I like that. I like that. Oh, we're going to rename this. Because this is going to be panel hash. Or panel H. Because I need to do this differently. So I need a horizon... load horizon... Yep. So this would be for the 180. Alias horizon 0 12. Add horizon 0 90. Register equals. I probably want this the other way around, don't I? That should be 0 that 180 that, because then register horizon 0 equals horizon plus 90. Register horizon 180 equals horizon minus 90. And then I've got my 0 and 180 for my for my solar setup. Cool. Yeah. Alright. Then we'll set our vertical, which should be the current vertical. I should just leave that, because that doesn't need to change. So I'll set our vertical. We'll see if it's the opposite way around, I'll fix it, but I'm just going to leave it for now. I think I've calculated I think I've remembered which way the opposite ones were, so I think this is right. The original one's the 180, which is the minus 90, which is the same as the ones as the room I'm in. So that should be right. So then I go... No, I don't need to pause. My hygiene's getting better. So we need to set batch by name. So this is device hash is panel H. Panel 0 will go to horizon 0. And SBN, panel H, panels 180, horizontal, horizon 180. Yield and start. That should be it. So let's confirm on that. Put my suit back on so I can go and grab... Uh-oh. My helmet rolled away. This is why you guys keep telling me not to do that. And to put it in my hands, I'll put it in my suit. And I didn't this time. I just dumped it on the ground. And because my helmet is a sphere, it does not stay where I put it. There it is. Grab that. And... oh, I need another housing. I actually have the materials to make another housing. Yes, good. Let's make one. It's gonna be annoying not having one connected up to my computer. Oh yeah, might want to eat. I don't know where my other potato is. I'm just going to eat this one. It's somewhere on the floor around here. I should really have just a little shelf, a singular shelf up above my desk there. So that I've got somewhere to put the food.
Hydration critical.
Okay, put my chip in. Connect it up to it. Export. Let's go test. Will they all end up pointing the same way? That's check number 1. And that looks very promising.
Power low.
They are all pointing the same way. That is one big step in the right direction. Are they pointing the same way as the solar panels down there? Can I see them from here with my suit light? They do appear to be pointing the same way as the panels down there. I think I've done it. I think I did it. I did it, the thing. I'm really proud of that. That's, yeah. I'm really proud of that. There is no transformer, Takari. The connection is complete. It is... oh, you're talking about connecting to the rest of the base? Yeah. But yeah, this is now... I can check the battery down there, and I should be able to now hook up to my proper bit of my base. Oh, yeah. That feels good. Yeah, first try. That's the surprising part about that. Comment the sensor direction. Yes, comment the script. Yes. Thank you for that reminder. Okay. Panels. Panel data to 0 degrees. Panel data to 180 degrees. Sensor data to 0 degrees. I think. Yeah, sensor data is 0. So I've actually got it commented with the useful information now. Sensor goes to 0. Ooh. Ooh, I have an idea. Solar panel hash. Heavy solar panel hash. So this can be really useful in all settings. And I'll have it commented out because it's not going to be used. Heavy solar. There we go. And I can just comment out the one that I need. I mean, I don't need. You know what I meant to say. It's all fine. Yay! I think this script is, like, useful in lots of different settings now. Could just have both set and set both. Yeah, but then this all, like, I like how tidy this is. And I don't want to add more to it. Yeah, if one is placed opposite the other as my solar panels are, this means that they go the correct way. As long as I've named them correctly, it's fine. So library, I'm going to overwrite my solar tracker. And my solar tracker is now overwritten. Yeah. 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 Cool. So, transformer. And print more heavy cable until I run out of power. So I need to heavy cable, transformer to base, then disconnect these solar panels and move them up there. I need a couple more bits of glass. Or is it just one more bit of glass? Don't think I have any silicon left though. That's unfortunate. Need 2 glass, so I need to smelt some silicon, which means I need to get things hot, and it's coming to... Is it hottest part of the day or cooler? I don't know. Let's go outside and see. Old Man Raptor, I think that having a power distribution system like you're describing is actually not good for stationeers. Because your cables take up so much space, you actually want a singular heavy cable going to all the rooms, and then the power transformer for that room in that room. Rather than having a power distribution room where you have a ton of things and then a ton of cables coming out, which are a nightmare to manage. I just don't think it works for stationeers, what you're describing. Unfortunately. Because we can't have a bundle of cables. So you do heavy cable to every room. Beer Seeker, I have thought about it and immediately squashed that thought with, Usually when I'm thinking about the outside temperature, there's not too much harm in me just going through the airlock. So adding a temperature display is something, it's vaguely nice to have, but really not that valuable. Which is the long-winded way of saying I really, 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 really hate messing with LED displays. Because they never do what I want them to do. Because there's not enough information you're allowed to put on them. Yeah, power conduit type thing would be great, Andy. Agreed. Glass. It's like, what was I doing with this? But I might be remembering my bad experiences from the distant past before I actually got better at doing some of this stuff, so maybe I'll hate it less when I do it next time. I'm open to doing stuff with screens, I just haven't felt in the mood to. I'll just leave it at that for now and see if that's enough to connect up what I need to connect up. Alright. Yeah, setting up a utility corridor for this base is... it's not really set up to have a utility corridor. Even though such a thing is usually nice to have. Okay, so we have transformer going to base there. Nope, not there. Needs to go one further. And that's a transformer, I think. Yep. So now it's time to break things. Then I'll go this. Just gonna, even though this doesn't make a lot of sense, I'm gonna go up to that, just so it's easy to see where my cables are going.
Waste tank caution.
Okay, so let's go disconnect stuff inside my base. We'll switch over to the new battery. No, my main base isn't on a transformer. I don't think it is. Yeah, it's battery going to base. So I'm going to disconnect battery. I can also disconnect that, because that's the APC for the solar. So it's not actually required. Now I can go back out there and I can turn on that transformer. Which I purposely didn't do. Just in case something weird happened. But it was probably entirely unnecessary for me to behaved as I did just there. Okay. Power is back on. Good, good. Let's dismantle the solar, move the battery. The output of these batteries, if you have them going to another battery, they will blow the cable because they can dump all of their charge in an instant. So you got to make sure that whatever is pulling from them can't pull faster than the cable can handle. So if you're having them explode, it's likely that's your issue. Hooray! Always feels good to get the initial solar out of the way again. Alright, let's put these together.
Critical.
And I need to name it. And let's hook these up. Hooray! I won't put these down yet because I don't have the cable to run for them. Actually, maybe I do. Maybe I do have the cable to run for them. Thanks, Frail Mega. Thank you for the Prime sub. Yes. Crazy Canuck. Like in Factorio, when you tear down your initial steam plant, then realize there was one random power pole in there somewhere necessary for your entire base. Yes. That would be very similar. It is a bit unfortunate that the point where I got this set up was also the point where it's producing really very little power. But still, it's good to have upped the solar. I think the reason I was running out of power in the base is actually just because of the season. It's day 38 and it's getting close to Vulcan winter, and I'm just not getting much solar power throughout the day because the day's getting short. I don't think there was any extra power draw. I think there was just that much less production. What is the Vulcan year? I think the Vulcan year might be 120 days. Someone in chat correct me. That's roughly what I think it is. And the winters are hotter, but the days are the winter days are hotter, but the days are shorter. There we go. All set up. How am I going to reconnect the wind turbines? Hadn't made a plan around the wind turbine, to be honest. Had not made a plan around them. I was kind of... Uh-oh. Power, 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 power. I was kind of hoping that I'd get Stirling engines up quickly enough that I wouldn't need my wind turbine. Because I literally only have one. So the amount of power it's generating is probably not particularly meaningful. At least that's my take on it. Place these down and then I can remove all this cable. But yeah, my thought for power generation here on Vulcan was Stirling engines and solar. That's it. Maybe a coal generator backup like I did once I get the deep miners running. But pretty much Stirling engine, solar, that's it. And I think it'll be enough. Just those two. Why don't I remove them from the outside? Because it costs so much more effort. And I wanted to use that knowledge that I had there to do something with it. Oh, thirsty. And I should have had my suit off as I was doing that, so that I could have been taking advantage of being inside. But I didn't. Cool. Now I've got room for my plants. So I could move them and sort out the water situation, but I'm probably... Given the power issues, and how quickly that has dropped from blue to orange, I probably need to set up this battery in there, over there as well. I have so many more solar panels than I had before. I'm hoping that's enough power, even with the winter. But I should definitely go for the Stirlings. No, Stirling engines produce power by a temperature differential. And I can't remember how I did them before. But I actually had a quite neat setup on my previous Vulcan run, which I kind of want to load up and just see. In fact, I'm going to do that. I'm going to go and look at what I did so that I can try and duplicate it without it being a complete mess. So let's do that. Save as. This is stream 3. Save world. Quick save. Leave session. Load world. I don't know. I'm not sure. Think. Go back to there. Let's have a look at what I actually did. Oh yeah, there's volatiles in the base. Alright, let's go outside. I'll go check on my Stirling engine setup. Because I quite liked my Stirling engine setup. I thought it was quite tidy. I thought it was quite good for a first crack, and I would like to use it again. I don't know if I've saved this code, actually. So I should probably save that too. Grab that from there. Import. Put it back in. Edit. So what does the code do? We've got a vent, gas sensor, pipe sensor. Stirling engine defined. Setting the pressure internal on the tank. On the vent, I mean. So when the exterior temp is above 850, it fills. When the exterior temp is below 450, the Stirlings turn off. Or, I'm sorry, when that turns them on. On or off based on 450, and that's on or off based on 850. Yeah, okay. And that's fairly straightforward. So let's make sure this is saved to my library. Stirling gases. I'm guessing that's what it is. But we'll save it anyway. Alright, so that's saved. So I have a vent going to a tank, which then has a bunch of these guys, which I think the reason for these was to allow the vent to work at maximum rate if I had like a powered vent or something like that without it overpressuring and equalizing to the tank quicker. The canister, I think I just filled off basic Vulcan air. No, I did pure volatiles it. Okay. All right.
Waste tank caution.
I had pressure limits is hard coded into pressure. No, there's no pressure regulator. There is no pressure regulator. All this is a Stirling engine hooked up to a tank that sucks in hot air. There's the vent being controlled and the Stirling engine being controlled. The Stirling engine turns on when it's cool enough outside. The vent turns on when it's hot enough outside. The vent has a safety so it won't fill this beyond 30 megapascals. And the Stirling engine won't turn on when it's hot outside so it won't end up running backwards and blowing things up. And yes, 70 moles of... Wait. Was it 70 moles? Yeah. How much did I put in this? I put 44. So I might go 50 this time. So 50 moles of volatiles, build a sailing engine. Cool. Alright. Oops, nope. Alright. I remember this now. That's good. That was worth doing, because I think I would have been really annoying setting that up if I didn't look at it first. Oh, blammo the base. Fine. Doesn't take long to load. Alright, where's the potato? Yeah, okay, I definitely didn't want to ignite this. That would have been real bad. Because this has gotten hot. So it was a good thing I didn't. Also, my cables are on fire. So that's a thing. I don't remember ever experiencing that. My ingots are on fire. Has anyone seen ingots go on fire? I think I've never been, like, I've always over-exploded, I think, before getting to this point. Alright, cool. So that's how that happens. I'm not going to explode the base. We've done that enough times. I'm going back to my building. Yeah. Okay, I'm exiting to desktop. Because it's decided to die on me. Oh, hey, I got the achieve for writing a script. Which got added this week. So there's that. Do. Yep, I do remember that, Zoran. Okay, let's be more patient and try that again. That I was planning on putting the Stirling engines in series before I do Stirling engines in parallel. So that they cool down the gas multiple times before releasing it. Get more energy from it. Cloud status out of sync. What? Come on, game. Load for me, please. Water comes out at 1200 Celsius. Okay. Something is not liking me right now, which is not good. Stationeers, please play. Play? Do. So for those who didn't see it, this was this is the new potential views you can get. Ah, why are you unable to sync? I think I've died in more different ways in Stationeers than any other game. Yeah. That does... That feels an accurate statement, yeah. Yeah, maybe I'll reboot Steam. Nope. Because it is still doing Cloud Sync. Ugh. Why do you like this Steam? Yeah, Andy, I don't want to do anything that might mess up with a save that I literally made a few minutes ago. That's why I'm being extra cautious. Because I know that Steam and cloud saves and messing with them is never good. There we go. Just needed to restart Steam, and we're all good. We're back. Do. Firebird, if you do end up deciding to get Stationeers, and this is something I often forget about Stationeers, is that they've also got it on itch, so you can avoid the whole I don't own my game, I just rent it from Steam thing, if you choose to. Alright. We are back, which means I need to make a Stirling engine. Maybe oh, I've not got enough copper to make more than one. So I'll just make one. And apparently the proportion of the game purchase that goes to the developer from an itch purchase is significantly higher than Steam. It's really, it was fascinating watching a couple of videos about stuff related to game launches and things like that, and seeing people be so positive about Steam and apparently completely forgetting that the only reason Steam has refunds is that the Australian government fined them $6 million. They did nothing about refunds until they were made to do it. Like, they're still a corporation. They're still there to make money, and they're not our saviors. Gabe is still there making bucket loads of money. I think Steam does the 30% cut, plus we'll charge you for this, plus we'll charge you for this, plus we'll charge you for this. That standard American corporation style thing. The price you get listed is not the price you actually pay. But yeah, sadly, they're still probably better than a lot of the other alternatives, and so many of us are very heavily invested in that ecosystem. So it's still preferable in a lot of instances. But I think it made me a bit uncomfortable, the number of people who were like Apple fanboying level over Steam. Thanks, Zuriel. Thank you for 33 months. So, I need to get the steel out of here. And I need to smelt some more silicon, probably. And then I need an insulated tank. I need more silicon. Okay, I've got to go mining. And I need more copper. So again, I gotta go mining. Let's just check. I've got an empty tank for my waste. I'll grab a fresh oxygen canister. My mining backpack has some stuff in it, but it's empty enough. Yep. Should drink something. What? Don't you do that? Oh dear. I am out of drinkable water. Might want to sort that before I go mining. That is not good. That is not good at all. Yeah, I think it might be time to swap traders over. So, let's close my helmet. I'm probably not going to sell off anything else. I might sell... maybe I'll sell off a little bit more iron. Get a bit more cash before I kick them out. Sell 100. Sell. Depart. Now, did I think I thought I had this. I've actually got some water here. So I've got another 20 liters. But I could try... I'm going to see if there's another water trader. So before I move that water, I'll get some more. Turn on the thing. What do we got? We've got Void Ventures, Galactic Gadgets, and Build Inc. None of which are particularly useful, nor is Astromart. I can't remember what Void Ventures is. But I don't think any of the other ones are useful. At all. Thanks, Beerseeker. For dropping that link. I've definitely gone the wrong way, so let's go. Still no Void Ventures showing up. Still super slow. Oh no, I'm not buying emergency water bottles. I don't need emergency water bottles. I've got enough water that I can do just fine. There we go. Now we're getting closer to Void Ventures. And I didn't actually register what the degrees off was on the last one. 41 we're at. That feels closer. 35. 26. 22. Yeah, there we go. Interrogate. At least I've got another alloy trader that I can call down. In the interim, or some more cash if I can't find someone better. Yeah. What's this guy got? Box of spray cans, box of battery cells. An angle grinder, hand drill, labeler, welding torch, welding fuel, wire cutters, screwdriver. Basically nothing I want. And what can I sell to you? Water replenishment? No. Bye. Figured it wasn't actually going to be useful. The fire extinguisher, there's arguments about its usefulness. The chances of me putting out a fire before I'm basically dead anyway, low. Oh, I've gone very much the wrong way. $75. Is that going the right way from there? 68, yes. $54. Getting there. 37. Galactic Metallurgy. Ooh. That's probably alloys. But I'm wondering if that's the ones that's actually a mining one instead. $47. 60. I've made that worse. $28. 23. Alright. Interrogate that. I'm gonna go see... Make sure this is what I think it is. Which it almost certainly is. Yep. Alright. See ya. I'm gonna call down the other one. I don't need you right now. Because what I'm thinking is, if I can find one of the ones that's selling me ice, that might be nice. But I'm reckoning this is... Galactic Metallurgy is just going to be another of the same one. Downside of where your batteries are is that you don't see charge status. True. That is true. I probably... Maybe that's where I need to learn my things. There we go. As expected. It is another alloy trader. Alright. I'm probably chewing through a lot of my power going in and out of this airlock. The way that I do. Potentially not especially helpful. But Stirling engines. That's what I'm up to, and that meant I need to go mining for some silicon and some copper. I can wait and see if I do get some water, but I'm gonna move my water now anyway. So. Pipe. Yeah, I know you're whinging. Volume-wise, I'm pretty sure I have... Yeah. I'm fine to break that. And we'll do the water pipe shuffle, because I don't want to use up the silicon I have at the moment to make more water pipe. Oh no. This has to be done weirdly because of where I moved the furnace to. Okay, furnace needs to move. So that's the easier one. I could move the pipe, but if I move the pipe, I was still stuck. Because I don't want to move the water filler. I like where the thing is. There we go. I have moved my water over. The most janky way I could have. But I've got another 20 litres now. So that'll last me a fair bit of time. So that's that disaster averted. So now it is time to drill. Nope, it's time to empty my waste tank. Oh, did I put the furnace in the wrong way? Right. I'll fix that. Thank you. Okay, now mining needs silicon and copper. Got enough jetpack for safety. Let's see if I can find some. At night. Which is always fun. Silicon. Cool. How much? I need quite a bit of silicon because I want to make sure I've got enough for all the pipes. And I've been a bit short on it for making pipes for a while now. I'm deliberately avoiding the nickel because I've got quite a bit in my backpack and I don't really want more. May as well get this while I'm here. Oh, dear. I'm full. Have I got any advice for avoiding the initial analysis paralysis? Yeah. My advice for avoiding that would be just pick a thing. Like, it doesn't matter what thing it is. You know you're going to be short of food, water, air at some point. So if you pick any of those, your time won't be completely wasted. And if you're starting out, presumably you're not playing on Brutal. So you've actually got quite a long time. You've got enough time to think and realize, more often than not, that there's actually something more pressing than the thing you're working on right now. And if you are playing on Brutal, then you just kind of have to pick one and then see what it is that you end up being short of when you die. And then next time, that thing becomes a higher priority. Or on your reload. You don't have to, like, you don't have to Iron Man it. Especially if you're learning it. If you're learning how to do Brutal mode, you're probably going to gain more from reloads than you are from doing a complete restart. I would never have chosen to Iron Man Stationeers if I didn't play it on stream. Never. And once we get to the terrain update, I'm not Iron Manning my run. I'm just doing it here because I know this run is finite no matter what. So I may as well make that finite a bit more exciting for me. And hopefully for you guys. And I've basically gone down in the same hole, I think. It's not particularly helpful. But I needed copper, and there's copper here, so that's not too bad. That's my take on it anyway. Oh, Beer Seeker, how can you say that? Of course you want to build a mega base from the very beginning. You couldn't possibly take incremental, just gradual improvements. No, that's exactly right. You definitely want to build small to begin with and learn how it works with small. And then gradually increase, improve, iterative design. Knowing that each time you do it, it's going to be better. I've almost got enough for another 400 steel, which is good, because I'm going to need that for the pipes too. I do like the sound of being down there. It makes me feel more connected to Vulcan, given that noise that you hear as you get down close to the thing. And it's a really nice warning and reminder that I'm in a risky spot beside the bubbling lava and the just that drone kind of sound that you hear when you're down there. Okay, you have enough iron for the steel. Now I really just need to focus on finding copper and silicon, but it's kind of hard until it's daylight, which it looks like it's coming soon. I managed to get a bit of silicon, not really much copper though. Okay. Base is over there, silicon's over there. Right next to some copper. Perfect! Yeah, I imagine if I had the lava sand in my base, it would get tiresome rather quickly. I don't think I would want it in my base. The fact that it's only there while I'm mining means I only get it in short bursts, because it is a repetitive droning sound, and those do get tiresome. Okay, got 100 silicon, got 50 copper. Copper down here. Oh, that was a very big sigh, Charlie. You live such a tough life. Protecting your furless puppy that pulls on your ears. Still good on gas front. Let's get some more copper. Ouch. Tomato. If I want repetitive droning, I'll watch insert streamer. Don't offer people such an easy option to give me grief. It's the sort of thing Capac would say if I was streaming with him. This should probably be all the mining I need to do for my current Stirling engine project, I suspect. Could just top up the iron and sell off 100 of it. Put that in my hand. Put that up there. That's lead, don't care. Actually, lead can go over there. Come on. At least this mining is better, but I'm still really wanting those deep miners. Which is the next thing to do after the Stirling engines are set up. Because once the Stirling engines are up, I should have enough power to run deep miners. Because the Stirling engine put out... the one that I had was putting out 4.6 megawatts at night. Which is crazy. So if I have a couple of them, power troubles will be a future problem. Quite distant future. Alright, time to go to home. I do love playing with the mod that gives me extra draw distance, so I can see my base from further away. Yes, having extra batteries would be nice, but also my battery is blue. So my solar panels are doing enough right now, which is good. I was a bit worried that wouldn't be the case. Let's sell off 100 iron. And get over 1,000 euro dollary dues. Woo! Smelt some copper. Probably shouldn't smelt the copper because it's daytime. I should be doing silicon, so let's pop that out. So this can be done at another time. Silicon, in you go. Any alloys worth buying? Not especially, because I don't really find it that hard to get an alloy trader. It's not that difficult. So I don't really need to worry about buying them when they're available. I can... Having the mod on that I do that gives me more traders all the time means I'm not stressed about what traders I have when. Which is really quite nice, because the RNG of the traders... interesting and for an initial challenge, but it gets tiresome pretty quickly. I kind of get over it. And I'm like, actually, I'd just like to trade for what I need when I need it, when I want it. And also, I'm looking forward to having, like, multiple landing pads lined up here with the size 3s, then having a runway running down here, having the big ones over there. That concept, really appealing to me. Did I need more gold? Probably. So I might off-gas some steel while I'm out here smelting. And we'll just get this copper done. I'll off-gas the steel. And then I'll use the gold to generate the heat if I need to. Okay, in we go. That's set outward. Nope. Now it is. Am I going to sell any more ores? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'd sell off some of my silver. Or can I stay out here long enough to get this smelted? Come on, come on, come on. For generating heat, nitrous is much better than oxygen. Trader doesn't want nickel, because it's only a small trader. So I can't sell it off. Or at least I'm pretty sure I couldn't. The reason I don't use silver to heat up the furnace is I have to pop everything out first, and I don't need to. It was 900 Kelvin, which is 627 Celsius, which is... I'm now too cold out. Okay. There we go. And I have been using silver to heat it up. That's why I've got a bunch of silver sitting on the stairs.
Power low.
So for example, I'll chuck that silver in there. And we'll see that the temperature is now almost 1200 Kelvin. More than 1200 Kelvin. Now I can put all my steel back in. Why does silver heat the furnace? So any ores you mine up by hand release gas when you smelt them. So there's always gas trapped in an ore in the real world that will be released in the smelting process. In Stationeers, each ore has its own ratio of gases that it releases. Gold releases some oxygen, which allows me to heat up the furnace with it.
Hunger caution.
Nitrous is released from silver, which allows me to heat it up even more, because nitrous and volatiles burn hotter than oxygen and volatiles do. And so the nitrous that gets released from the silver reacts with the volatiles that are in the world atmosphere that I've been pumping in there, and create a whole bucket load of heat, which is useful. So that's how I've been generating extra heat in the furnace when I need it. Oh, you meant why I'd use gold to heat up? Because I actually use gold. Silver is just clutter. So I may as well, if I'm smelting, smelt the thing that I'm actually going to use. That's why. Especially if that thing I'm going to use produces enough heat for my purposes. I don't think I need a big tank yet. So I'll start with just a single tank. For this. We'll go single tank, then insulated pipe utility kit. Do I have some of those? Yes, I do. So I'll have a couple of those. A couple more of those. But I will be right back. I'm going to let these print while I go to my be right back screen. I'll also open my helmet. I'll be right back. Just need to take a bio break. 1 second. Tell you all these pipe utility kits are intended? Probably not this many. They do get used though. I use these up a lot. Oh good. The heavy breathing didn't start until I arrived back. Okay, let's get some insulated pipe. I think you could also add a back pressure regulator or a one-way valve to reduce the speed your gas is vented, increasing efficiency of Stirling output. I wonder if that's more or less effective than running extra Stirling engines off the same gas. I wonder. Did I put all the copper away in there? I think I must. Oh no, there it is. So I'm thinking I might try and do double Stirling engine this time. Maybe. That was my thought, Danny, that you're kind of achieving the same thing with your double Stirling engines as you would be with regulating the flow to them. But regulating the flow to them gives you more control. I suppose I'm not really poor on the source of heat. So I think if I was using, say, if I was in a situation where I was using primarily my, come on, brain, my output from a water combustor, the hydrogen combustor, then I think, yeah, then you'd probably want to optimize it by running the flow really slow so that you get down as cold as you can get off that gas. In this setting where I should have access to ridiculous amounts of gas, I don't know. Could be right, Beer Seeker. It might be worth getting a big powered vent instead of doing a regular vent. Get things really full and make sure I've got plenty of gas and really don't have to worry about the gas. Yep, it is stormy out. Yeah, powered vent. I've got enough invar for it too. How many kits is it for the large vent? Just 2. Okay. Yeah, let's do it. Let's go large powered vent. Shadow Drake, I didn't have a pump on my previous setup. So where are you talking about there needed to be a pump? That's an interesting thought, Daz. Sorry, it was just finishing my biscuit and it was really dry. I needed a snack. So... right, let's focus. So what Daz was saying was, would it be worth making the IC setup more complex for when the heat gets higher, I'll accept the tank going to a higher pressure? So when the temperature is over 850 degrees, we fill to 30, over 1,000, we fill to 50, sort of thing. So you kind of go up in steps and basically allowing you to have the thing get mostly full, and then when it gets hotter still getting that extra heat in. What I'm thinking is that I'm not sure it's required. Well, it's definitely not required. I'm not sure the extra benefit is going to be all that meaningful to me. No, not hard tack level dry. I had some digestive biscuits left over from the cheesecake I made for my partner's birthday. And so I was like, yeah, they'll be filling enough. They're not particularly crunchy, they're more crumbly biscuits. That's why they're really good for a cheesecake base. But while they're not crunchy, which is good for a microphone, they're really drying, which is not good for a microphone. The outside temperature can be done with a gas sensor, a console, and an atmospheric circuit and requires no coding or LCDs. Really? Can it really? I kind of want to do that now. I have a sensor, don't I? I do have a sensor somewhere. Yeah, I have a sensor. Console. Atmospheric circuit. Is that actually a thing, Danny? What is it actually called? Advanced airlock, air control circuit board? Maybe? Maybe it's the air control circuit board? When added to a console, air control circuit board allows you to program an active vent. As with small dogs and 83% of people, air control circuits have only 3 modes: pressure, draft, and offline. What? What? Huh? What? Why have I not noticed joking things like that in the Stationpedia before? Yeah, that's clearly not the right device. And it's not going to be a cartridge. It's got gas display, there we go. Okay. So let's do this. Where should I put this? Where? I think somewhere here would probably make sense. But I may have to put it on my window, which I dislike. Oh no, I can put it here. That'll work. No, that won't. That won't work, because that's in the way of the furnace. Sort of. I can move the furnace. I'll put it here. I need some glass, which I don't have anywhere, do I? No. Okay. Now, where'd I put that sensor? Did I leave it? Or am I carrying it? Nope. Battery. Did I put it on the ground over here? Uh-oh. Can anyone remember what I did with the sensor? Why am I like this? Ah, there it is. Thank you. Bizziga, it's so much, like, sometimes chat moves a little too quick and I don't notice things that I normally would. Unfortunately. It's just how it is. I try, though. I really try. Which I think is about all you can hope for. It was also like what I was talking about, I think it was during the Aska stream I did the other day. The being ready to hear a message or learn a lesson. And how important it is to have the lesson delivered at the right time so that you can actually register it and learn it properly. Can't use the same sensor you use for... I don't know. Why error? Do I need the disc to set you to do things? Tell you which one? Probably. There we go. We have a temperature display. I've learnt a thing too. Such displays are not difficult. Oh, cosmic. Oh, 5x5. Void Ventures. Astro Agronomics. Ah, you are plants. I should probably contact you and buy the ferns. Hey, Mullet. Difference between space engineers and stationeers. Man, I need a little script or a little pre-recording of me saying this so that I can get a good me saying it and use it again, because I always say it differently and I think I often do it worse. Space engineers. Smashy things together. Stationeers. Chemistry. I think that's the most I think that's the most brevity I've ever attempted that. But yeah, the Stationeers lets you do lots of things that are very much focused on your survival, and the worst enemy you have is you. Bar none. You are your own worst enemy, and you are the reason survival is difficult. In Space Engineers, survival is easy. Survival is really easy, like, to the extent that the game isn't really about survival, it's about building stuff. And you can build really cool stuff, and the survival just kind of gives you enough of a nudge in a direction to make building stuff come more naturally to people like me who kind of need that. Who need that nudge. Yeah, physics versus thermodynamics. That's kind of the main thing. I think there are a good chunk of people who will like one game who will like both games. I don't think there's too much of a difference between the people who like them, even though there are quite large differences in how the games play. I'm not sure I want to buy anything else right now, seeds-wise. Because I don't really have a way to make more fancy food anyway. I think I just want the ferns. Yeah, send them away. We've got our ferns. We're getting more oxygens. And if you like automation, if you like design, automation design, but you have kind of bounced off Factorio, I would give this a go in a heartbeat if you're that sort of person. Because I bounced off Factorio, for the most part. But the automation in this really grabs me. Somehow. Yeah, Daz, I probably should put a nicely written out response for the bot, so that if I miss the question and you guys see it, you can always trigger it and get Reggie to explain things. Kind of like how I've got Reggie does, I think this one still. Yeah, there we go. Like, there are a few things like that. 1 second. I'm just going to write something down.
Hydration critical.
I might put some thought into, is it worthy of a video comparing the two and talking about the two and saying why you could easily like both? Huh. I know that, and frankly, ignore anyone in either the Stationeers or the Keen Discord that badmouths the other game. There's a whole lot of that happens in the Stationeers Discord. Ignore those people. They're just angry people. Angry people on the internet are so easy to find. I think both games have plenty of merit. So let's see, Dyson Sphere program or Satisfactory? Anything but Satisfactory. Satisfactory was fun while I was exploring, and then it wasn't. For me. I didn't enjoy Satisfactory at all. After the initial exploration phase. It was too obvious to me that I was just playing a make numbers bigger, effectively slightly more active idle game, which put me off Satisfactory, but didn't put me off it didn't put me at all off playing Planet Crafter. That's the word I was looking for, the name. Planet Crafter. Planet Crafter gives you so much feedback of the things you're doing, and you're changing the world, and it looks really cool, and it's just watching numbers go bigger. But I really enjoyed my one playthrough of it. I'm never going to play it again, but I really enjoyed that playthrough. It gave me more than enough back for the investment of the game to play it once and enjoy it. But I actually didn't mind Dyson Sphere program because it wasn't about the pacing. It was Dyson Sphere, when I played it, already had the enemies. I didn't play it until it had the enemies. And the enemies made it... The enemies made Factorio for me. That's why I would much prefer to play Factorio over Satisfactory any day. Do I... Oh, I need some steel frames and stuff to actually build on. And the steel is in here. I would like to play a lot more strategy games, and to me, the way I was playing Dyson Sphere Program, at least at the beginning, was strategy game. I like an RTS. I really enjoy playing RTSs. I just don't really do a very good job of making time to play them. Because I've not really been very good at making them interesting to watch. I haven't figured that out yet. When I figure that out, I'm sure I will play a lot more of them. But until that happens, I'm kind of happy in my little niche of games that I do know how to at least make somewhat entertaining. Oh yeah, I should take my suit off. Have I got enough light where I'm working? Yes, I do. I'm gonna put my suit on the shelf. Well, my helmet anyway. Suit stays where it's meant to be. Do I have the bat? I think I'm gonna put this on the far side of the batteries. I'm not gonna put this in the room underneath the solar. Just in case something does go wrong, it would be nice not to explode the carefully vacuumed room that has my main power supply. Yeah, Command and Conquer when? Yeah. Total Annihilation when? Beyond All Reason? Yep, all those things. This is the problem with me playing with Shaq every week, is that he keeps talking about strategy games and I'm like, oh man! I want to play all these games he talks about. Because we both share that love of strategy games. Me versus Capac in a Civ run is really dull. It's really dull. I am much, 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 much better than him at managing those scenarios. In terms of strictly how well I perform overall. If you, in terms of victory conditions, that's the word I was looking for. So, in terms of victory conditions, I am immensely better than him at those games. Because Capac does a thing where he gets really obsessed with the details. And really enjoys getting into the finer playing around with making something look nice, play interesting, discovering a story. And that's where he gets lost in the weeds with Stellaris as well. And quite frankly, that may well be a more fun way to play those games, because you don't need to reach the win condition as quickly as you can most of the time. Because especially if you're playing against AR, like enemy NPCs, you are gonna win. The win condition, winning is pretty obvious when you reach that point. So the two of us playing against each other, nah. Oh no, Capac could openly agree with me that that's how those games play out between us. He would have no qualms, I think, with that. It's why Dune was so much fun for us. It was the only strategy game we've ever played where it wasn't clear who's winning. I reckon Capac's better than me at Dune. For some reason, Dune is set up in such a way that being someone who can't see the forest for the trees isn't a disaster. You can win by hyper-focusing on a particular detail. And so he did beat me quite a few times. I think the only reason I was able to win later on, when we were playing all those Dune PvP games, was because I possibly did a little bit better than he did at the social element of the game. Of playing TFE and Capac and Maelwyn against each other to put myself in a position to win. That's possibly the only reason I was able to win, because I wasn't better at the game by any stretch. So, yeah, at least having said that bit out loud, it's probably more clear that I'm not just saying I'm better than Capac. It's literally at that specific thing, yeah. But there are plenty of other things that he does better than I do. One of them is probably singing. Although I have more... He doesn't have a falsetto, so I can do that better than him. So yeah, I was thinking maybe I'd build the Stirling engines out here. Yeah, I'll give myself a little bit more space. No, I'm not singing. Closest you get is occasionally humming something that's in my head. Or something that's very short, that I'm just like, it just comes out before I even think about it. Don't know about a D&D stream. I like acting. Acting's fun. I have no idea how to present those things in a way that's interesting. Because I like actually talking to you guys. And I feel like if you're playing something where you're meant to be in character all the time, I guess you could talk in character to chat. But there'd be some weirdness to that, right? I have to figure that out. Yes, Capac is a good DM, apparently. I mean, he did well with the tabletop Warhammer 40k game we were playing at PAX last year. Once I pushed him to actually make our lives difficult. Because it was getting a bit dull without it. Talk to your chat as if it's the voice in your head. Yeah. Yeah, something like that. Okay, let's start building Stirling engines. Did I bring any of my equipment out here? No, I did not. Of course not. Yeah, Danny, eventually my battery area will become an actual room. Yes, that is the plan. At the moment, I'm not rushing toward that because I would rather get the Stirling engines up and start rushing towards deep mining. Because with Stirling engines in place, my solar room ready, the next goal was meant to be starting deep mining. So that I don't have to mine anymore. I do need electronic parts for the Stirling engines, yes. So if I go tank, maybe that way, I could leave that as a way to expand the tanks later.
Tank caution.
The powered vent, if I put it over this side, at least I don't get inhaled by the vent when I come close. And then the Stirling engines need to go this way. I'm also going to need to set up a filter soon so that I can have a volatiles only canister. Do I need... Nah, it's fine. They can sit this tight because I can then just put a T-piece and put an insulated utility on it. Though that's around the wrong way. To be useful. I think I might. No, I'm going to leave this way, and I'm going to move that tank further out. I'm going to get more frames. I want to give myself space. Ooh. That was close. One tile gap is fine. Okay, cool.
Power low.
So what else did I need? I needed that. And I need some more frames. What makes the Stirlings potentially explosive? If I put too much gas into the canister that sits inside the Stirling engine, that's explosive. Because the gas in that canister expands. And as it expands, it'll eventually reach a point where that thing can explode as it takes on heat. So that's one of the potential sources of explosion. Chat, got any other ones? Yeah, I can't remember why I wasn't making smart canisters. I thought there was something in them that I didn't quite have the materials for. And that should be enough. Can I make electronic parts with the stuff that's in there? Probably not. Just need to shove some copper in. Stirlings do not care about smart canisters, will blow up at 11 MPa regardless. But if I made smart canisters, what was being said was if I made smart canisters, I could use the basic canisters for the Stirling engines and use the smart ones for my suit. So I'd have a use for the basic canisters at this moment. Okay. I think I would rather wasted attempt stationeers on his own than with me for his first time at doing it. I think he's more likely to enjoy that experience. Because I think the experience of learning how not to die would really be core to someone of his personality's enjoyment of it. Like, he'd be happy to take hints from me later on, but for the initial phase, I think he'd gain the most out of doing it himself. It's usually at this point that Wasted pipes up and he's in chat and says something about it, but he's probably already streaming. Steel sheets. Oh wait, do I need that for these as well? What's this one? Oh, that made just not enough electronic parts. Need 2 more. Let's go get 2 more. Actually, I'll pipe this up. Why don't we move the Stirlings back to where the tank is? My thinking is... I don't know. I could put the vent out there and go vent, tank, Stirlings. That would make more sense. Let's do that. Although I need to leave enough space for this to go up to a big tank. If I do that, means I should probably move this out another set of frames. And that moves out to here. And the tank would sit there, so I'll put the little tank in the middle. I might just put it there. So yeah, I'm trying to think about expandability on this one. And I think you guys are right to question my initial placement. Okay, so data comes out this side, power comes out the other. That's fine. Put that away before it blows away. I honestly don't know if I'll need something more than a big tank, so I'm happy with this as a plan. I think this is going to last me so long that by the time I get around to any upgrades of this, I'm going to need to move the whole lot anyway because it's in the way of some other thing that I want to do in my base. That is my thinking. Hey, Dragdon! Survival goes delightfully today. Delightfully. Now, it is unfortunate. I think I do want the powered vent to run off that. Okay, so now I need a cowl. I probably don't need these anymore, even though I had intended to have them like set up along the way. Oh well, I'll use them for something, I am sure. Don't really know what function I had imagined they were supplying last time, but I guess it's the equalization, so the greater volume means the vent can keep pushing against it. And it happens more quickly. My experience was that the hot air did run out overnight with a regular vent. It probably won't run out with this. But also I was curious about how well the second one will run. So I wanted to do this. I plan to have some in parallel as well as in series. They're fairly cheap to make, so no harm in doing that. I figure. Okay. So I need more electronic parts for the vent. I have an IC-10 housing, so I'll take that out with me. Don't need you, don't need you, don't need you. IC housing, and I need to make the chip. Steel, electrum, and solder, which are elsewhere. Solder. Electrum. Steel's down here. Thank you. You can be a little more inventive with Stirling setups. The positive of series is that the ones later down the line can have more volatiles in the canister so that they can continue to generate power well even when the input gas temp is much lower. Interesting. Oh, I didn't need one. I had an extra. I already had an extra chip. Whatever. I'm sure I'll use it. I need to make an Atmos kit. And some volatiles filters. I need to smelt some more gold. Hushman? Why not use the one in the housing? Yeah, I forgot it. I forgot it was there. That's the entire reason. Yeah, phones aren't planted yet. I was trying not to let myself get distracted by building all of the planters for them. I know I should plant them because I want to get the oxygen supply going sooner, but I thought if I switched focus from the Stirling setup, I would probably not get back to it. And by the time I got back to it, I'd be power poor, and I was just like, no, I'm just going to keep my focus for now. Stick to what I think is important, and it should be better off that way. What else do I need? I need some basic pipe. To make that Atmos kit into a filter. And I'm going to need a pressure regulator. Because I don't believe I have a spare one anywhere. No. Make that. I'm going to need to make a whole bunch more heavy cable too, because I'm going to have to hook that up to my batteries. That should get me started for the moment. Yeah, I could just put a planter on the end, but I need to make the planter. I want to move it properly. I want to do the whole water system. Move it, connect it up properly to the landing pad, all that sort of stuff. I want to do the whole thing at one go. So, my filtration setup. Oh yeah, I should just branch off from that. Is going to be for any time I'm going to leave it here set up all the time because I think it'd be really annoying not to have it there when I need to fill up more tanks to add more Stirlings. That is not where that goes. Okay. I don't recall a time I have ever tried to shove a power cable into a pipe socket before. That is a first. Like, I don't think I'm not even sure I have done that before. Ever. Weird. Oh dear. Oh wait, I'm carrying stuff that I can actually put down and use. So I can empty my backpack.
Hunger caution.
Or plastic sheets. Okay. So now for the housing. No, wrong way around. Yes, setting up advanced blammo machine. I got away without exploding it last time. I think it'll be fine. Also, I am going to do what was suggested earlier and use the sensor from my cooling setup as my how hot is it outside setup sensor. Because then I can have this sensor here and I don't have to make another one. Alright, then I'm going to need to have an APC hooked up to that. Which then hooks onto the mains power.
Caution.
But it's coming together. Yeah, the second battery will get set up. I'm not in a huge rush for it, even though I possibly should be. So, power controller. Make it. I'm out of copper. Got a bit in there though. Bring the heavy cable out. So power controller, need a battery. Which should eventually probably get replaced by a nuclear battery. Can I make a nuclear battery right now? No. What happened to the APC for the old solar system? I don't know, it's probably here. No, maybe I already used it. I don't know. It's right there on the ground. Curses. Why didn't I think of using that? Why?
Hydration critical.
Yep, and there was floor copper too, which is good. I did need the gold though. Oh, I don't want to use the small batteries on the shelf. Small batteries too small. My problem will be, I think I need to have the vent
Power low.
not pulling power from this battery, because otherwise it's going to kill this battery. Plastic sheets, thank you. Let's go out there and see where I'm at. Oh, and fix this. Yeah, I think I'll... I think what I should do is maybe set up... Do I set up a separate battery and area power controller just for the vent? So that it has its own safe power supply because it's needed to generate me power? I feel like that's what I maybe should do. Or I just hook it directly to the mains. But it's potentially going to be critical for restarting my power output if my main batteries go empty. That's why I'm not sure what to do there. I'll have to think about that. Okay, so take that out. Let's get rid of those because that needs to not go to the power. Wait, hang on. Is that? I should finish the thing and then I'll be able to see which it is. I'm pretty sure I've got this the right way around. Yep, cool. That's data on that side. Which means I can just wire the heavy cable around it. Let's go like this. That's just... I think I'll just put it on mains for now. And hope it doesn't create a problem. Oh, interesting thought, Emery. Yeah, I could isolate this through an APC and just shove the wind power on it so that there's always enough power for the vent to barely operate. Can the vent operate without enough power, or does it always need enough power? I don't know the answer to that question. That. That's an interesting thought. Could I just connect? Always needs enough. So it'd have to be on an APC that the wind turbine adds to that, but nothing else, which isn't really going to be doable as a... Unless I have two APCs that can both deliver power through there. One of them's hooked up to the wind turbine and just keeps that battery charged. And the other one, I think I'll just keep it simple, and we'll just hook it up to mains, and it should be fine. I just need to get loads and loads and loads of heavy cable. Bzz. Take a transformer off from mains power to the APC by the integrated circuit. The wind turbine can add to that APC only. The vent having power is useless if the IC is dead and can't tell it to turn on. Well, that's the thing though, Daz. The that battery should keep that IC running for ages and ages. Or at least a full day's cycle. Whereas so it should still try and tell the vent to turn on when it needs to. It's just the vent may not get enough power from the base to turn on. But if that's the case, I probably will still have power come morning when the sun comes up so that I can turn everything else off and let the vent turn on the following night. So I probably don't need to worry about this. Why not have the output of your station battery go to the input of your APC? That's exactly what's going to happen. I just don't have the cable to do it yet. Oh, oh, exactly, Beer Seeker. Yeah, you're right. I'm thinking of bringing in the cool air. I need the hot air, so the vent doesn't need to run at night. Yes. Yes, of course. I'm thinking of it all back to front. So yeah, I don't need it, because the solar panels will always be able to power the vent to bring in hot gas so the Stirling engines can work the following night. Yeah. Yep. So... I needed a... Where is my... Where did I throw it? There it is. Need that. I need a couple of canisters. What do smart ones need? Oh, nothing fancy. Okay, let's do that then. I will make smart canisters for my suit. Probably just for my oxygen supply, I think, for now. Copper, gold and steel, I need to get out of here. Oh, silicon. Where's the silicon at? There it is. Copper, steel, and silicon, not gold. I'm also going to pop those in there. I should have some iron around here somewhere.
Power low.
Let's get some white spray paint. So that I know that these are the correct canisters. And back with it. There we go. And then I can swap that out. Can open this up. Gets rid of most of the gas in it, at least. Close. Now I can increase this pressure. I think I had it at like 16 megapascals to give myself some headroom. And drop that over there. Drop that on the ground. Open that. Drop that.
Air tank critical.
Open it. And then I just need to be able to vent those fully when I... before I fill them with the volatiles for the thing. And I need to do this. To speed this process up. Not that it's really needed because I've got 2 things to exchange, but still. Don't think the O2 tank is particularly low, no. Like 4,700 moles of 4.69 kilomoles. That's going to last me a while. It's just the pressure in this network is not huge, and these are quite slow, the pressure regulators. Very slow. Oh, yeah, good point. If I use the data disk in there, I can just have it vent. Yeah. So it's just those 2 canisters. There's one. Where's the other one? There it is. I grab my disk. So I want to inside vent and inside door. Open, open. No, I don't. I want to put an oxygen canister in my suit. Then I want to close my helmet. Then I'll close the door. And then I'll set the inside vent to go in, which it is, and take the air out of here. And now it should be good. I'm waiting just a little bit longer to make sure because I can't be bothered getting out. Oh, get out my tablet. Make sure. Yep, we're good. Now I need to close both of these before I do something silly with them. And then I can connect. Oops. I can connect those back up. And that was a much better way of doing that. Thank you for suggesting it. Can you put a tablet on the wall? Yeah, you can put tablets on walls. Well, on tablet housings, and they do display what's on them now. They used not. That changed, which is good, I think. I think that was a much needed change. It just felt weird. Okay, so I've got the 2 canisters. I need a pipe utility kit for gas, which uses iron, which is... Have I run out of... Nope, there it is. I'd almost run out of iron. Oh, stomach's grumbling. But I just fed you. Cool. Cool. I think I've almost got this Stirling set up, organized, I think. Yeah. I will be right back. I just need to take a quick bio break. And grab a new drink, because my water is out. So I'll be back in just a sec. You shouldn't have been able to hear running water. Because the mic was definitely not coming through on OBS, or at least OBS wasn't telling me it was getting my mic through. Paint on the Stirling cylinders. I mean, guess I could. It's probably not bad to do it. Volatiles. Volatiles is red. Okay. So, I've got... I'll just see what else I need. Grab a drink before I head out, though. And maybe see if the other oxygen canister is more full than this one. Wow, it's slow. But it'll get there. Time for a battle. It's time for all of the better suit things. Once the... It's getting closer to those things. My desired order of things is actually for them those not to be the first thing, the next thing I do. I want to get the Stirling engines up, and then I want to get some deep miners up and some centrifuges up. Once those are done, then we can look at getting a new, then I can look at getting the new, come on brain. Nah, completely lost my train of thought. Don't know where it's gone. Let me start again. Oy, oy, oy. So, current order of operations is to get the Stirling engine set up, because then I've got a lot of extra power. That should be enough to power my deep miners and my centrifuges. Once they're powered and set up, then I'm in a position where I've got resources coming in, and I should then look at setting up a proper furnace that can hopefully use some of the oxygen from my plants to provide enough heat, even if it's not hot enough outside. Okay, so we've got mains power going to the vent now, which is good, because I need that so I can at least get some air in here. I've got that pulling power off there, which has got some power, so I should be able to get a bit of volatile through, but I need another passive vent. Passive vent for coming off the filter. And I probably want to put some storage in here, because otherwise that's going to explode. When the pipe a couple blocks away, the warm gases will interfere with the cool side of the engine, reducing its power output. Okay, fair enough. I'll make it a taller stack then. That can be a nice little smokestack. type thing. And I'll bring those. Don't think I need plastic on me at the moment. Do need the pipes, and I need a vent. I thought I had of a basic passive vent around here, though. That I didn't use for the last airlock. Before I go and make one. Maybe it's upstairs? Yeah. Okay. And more heavy cable. And we're almost there. Yay. I know you guys are pushing really hard for me to use combustion centrifuges, but I don't want another failure point in my resource collection at the moment. Having another point where fuel gets used that I have to make sure I keep an eye on and blah blah blah, that's not what I want. What I want out of the mining setup is something that runs without me putting any concentration, any focus whatsoever into it. I want to be able to completely ignore it. The engines have their data connected to here, but their power will be output. They are power generators, so they don't need an input power. Okay.
Waste tank caution.
Oh, poop. Alright, so let's turn this on for a moment. Set inward, turn on. Now we should have... Yeah, we can go longer than that. Oh wait, no, I don't want to... Because that's... Oh no, that's from mains. That can run. It's also hot right now, so it's perfect. Yeah, I just... Honestly, Shadow Drake, that just doesn't sound like... I want the mining to be something I can ignore, and I want to learn about making it that way. Fiddling around with understanding the fuel for a centrifuge, that's not where I want to put my time right now. That's not where I want to have my fun right now. There are so many other things I'd rather do. I do not have a liquid drain for the pollutant, no. I should probably put one on there just in case, but it shouldn't get cool enough for the pollutant to condense. Like, I can put one on there for just in case, but it shouldn't happen. Shouldn't. Alright, that should be enough. Now... So, let's go and deal with my oxygen before I cause a problem here. Yes, Snakehead, that's one of the big reasons why I've stuck to using my own scripts, because I reckon I would be the same. If I used other people's scripts for setting things up, I would probably never learn how to do it myself. But limiting myself to just using scripts that I've written has worked quite well at making sure that I learn things. I like learning things. Oh. The pressure in the oxygen tank is slowly getting higher. It's building slightly faster than the pace at which I consume it. No, Beer Seeker, what Shadow Drake's saying is that the Stirling engine shouldn't, but does cool the pipe network that it's attached to. Although I didn't notice that happening on the previous one. On my setup in the other save. The system didn't seem to get cool. But yeah, I'll just bring this anyway. What else did I come in here for? Heavy cable and yeah, it was just the heavy cable, really, wasn't it? And oh, it was oxygen. That's why I came in here. Waste tank and oxygen. That was it. That was it. Just in case. Alright, so 50 moles. Can go a lot higher pressure than that. Probably going to be quite high pressure because it's quite hot. Game man, it's not about the max pressure of this canister right now. What I've actually got to keep an eye on is the number of moles of volatile gas that get in it. Because the Stirling engine is going to dump a whole lot of heat into this. And if I have too many moles of gas in it, that heat will cause those moles to expand to a point where they generate enough pressure in this canister that it could explode. So I need to make sure I'm keeping the number of moles down for the maximum potential temperature here. And as I'm working near the upper end of, well, as I'm working at already a high temperature, I'm going to be nearing that pressure limit anyway. And I need to keep this under 11 for the Stirling engine anyway. So I'm up to 35. So let's keep going. How much we got still in there? I can turn this filter on for a bit to make this pressure differential bigger. Or actually fix the pressure differential because it's higher on this side now. So we're at 40, so I'm almost there. To where I was on the previous save. Because I did 44 or something, but I was going to go to 50 this time. Because people were telling me 70, but that sounded scary. I'd prefer a bit less power and a bit more safety margin. Because I'm chicken. There we go. 50. That's one done. Let's get the other fill. Yeah, I thought I need to be prepped for Vulcan winter potentials, so I think having some headroom's fine. As I said earlier on, I still got 4.5 kilowatts of power out of the Stirling engine overnight, even with my cautious settings. So I'm really not too worried about eking out the remaining power. I'd rather spam more of them with a big safety margin than push a couple of them to their limit. And kind of want to just wait till this is done, though I can probably not watch it and rather connect this up to the input of the battery.
Power low.
Stupid points where I can't actually stand properly. Okay, so input can join to there. Because at the moment, I don't think I'm going to generate enough power to overwhelm one of these cables. I think that is a long way off. And the only reason I had to worry about that so early on Venus was that I was relying on storm power, and storm power does a lot more in one hit. Let's fix the smokestack, because I think that makes sense. There we go. Let's put it in at least the cube above. Let's check this out. 67. Ooh. That's not good. We can fix that. Turn you off. Let's check it again. 51. Perfect. Oh yeah, I gotta hook up the APC to mains as well, don't I? Good point. That would have been annoying to forget and not do. Okay, APC is charging. Let's go get our script. Use the more pressurized one for the secondary engine that runs on lower temp. How much lower does it run? That's what I wasn't sure about. And that's what made me nervous there. Okay, so power is hooked up from them. Data side is connected. Now I need to go get my script and check that my script is going to work with the powered vent. So I'm pretty sure it's set up for the other thing. Yeah, I know the large vent doesn't have a pressure limit, but well, as soon as I start looking at my script, you will see that I do have setting the pressure internal of the vent as part of my script. So that was always going to happen for me doing this. And it's aliased to D0, so I probably want to change that. It's daytime, let's check this off. Harvest a potato or two. Powered vents don't have that? Let's have a look. If powered vents don't have that, then I've got a problem. Because I'm going to need to have... Then I'm going to have to use a pipe sensor. Let's check. Yeah. Okay, so I gotta go put a pipe sensor and I gotta redo my script a bit. No, I don't like using a pressure reading from the tank because it's slower. It's a tick or two behind. And if I end up deciding to put this up to high pressures, that could be a problem. So I'd rather not do that. Gold and electrum. Suit back on because I can't see.
Power low.
Does the Stirling have an input thing? Doesn't look like it. So a little bit of gold, which I think I've run out of. Yeah, ran out of gold. Okay. Yeah, I do need a headband thing. It's on one of many to-do lists. Yeah, after learning that after the frustrations I experienced with my fuel system on Venus with the tank being delayed enough to mess up my ratios, I just don't like measuring off tanks. It's just one of those things that it's just kind of a bugbear. Oh, I'm so glad I built walkways. Alright, let's do some devices. Powered vent large. Gas sensor. And pipe analyzer. I do have a to-do list sign. I just haven't done anything with it yet. It's, yeah. It... There's so many to-dos in this. Yeah. Hey, Jamarian. Welcome, Raiders. What were you guys up to? Wait, does this command work? Can't remember if I've actually got it set up properly. Nope. First time playing Vulcan. Ooh. Very cool. How's your first time gone? Help if you spelled it right. Oh, did I put one too many? I need to fix that command. What was I doing? Where was I? Who am I? If your lesson from your first day on Vulcan is don't smell gold in the arc furnace during the day, then you're probably doing better than me, which my lesson for my first day on Vulcan was probably don't open your waste tank when it gets critical on Vulcan during the daytime. So that's not good. Alright, so let's have a look here. Let's take off my suit. If I'm standing here staring at a screen. Vent was correct. Gas sensor was correct. Pipe sensor was correct. Excellent. Good. That is no longer a valid line because we're using a powered vent. That's all fine. So we've got external temp, tank pressure. Not tank press. Actually, that can be tank pressure, yeah. Okay. So when exterior temp on the gas sensor is below 850, turn the vent on, which is fine. But I need to also check that against the pressure in the tank. So what I probably want to do is not have this set up that way. And I want set less than, let's use a different one so I don't, it shouldn't matter, but whatever. Force of habit. Set less than R13. I also need to load into tank temp. Should I need to alias? Tank press is what I did. Tank press. Load into R D pipe sensor. Pressure. So then I compare that. So if our tank pressure is lesser than 30,000, then what I need to do, so when that is good, R15 will be 1. When that is good, R13 will be 1. Can I... if I multiply them by each other? So if that's 0, that'll make both of them 0, and then I can set this to the resulting thing. Is AND enough? Because won't that give me a 2? Does 2 turn the vent on? If I send a 2 signal to the vent in the on value, will that turn it on? Don't say Boolean math at me like that means something. Boolean math doesn't mean anything to me. And is not add. Oh, and. What is and? And performs a bitwise logical and and operation on the binary representation of two values. Okay, and. Yeah. R1. 15. 13. Why is that not liking me? What have I misread? Why did that go weird? And R1. Second part is R15. Why is the 5 red? And why is the 3 red? What? 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 Sometimes does that, but apparently it's harmless. Okay, so that's correct syntax, right? You guys need to tell me that's correct syntax before I just leave it, because I don't know. Okay, it's correct syntax, good. So then the event turns on for R1, and then that's all good. See, you guys are slowly teaching me Boolean logics. Do I know what I'm actually doing? Mostly. Okay. So that should be it. That's all I needed. That moves the tank pressure thing, so it'll turn the vent off. Oh, I'm using R1 as well. Ah. Now it's happy. Okay, there we go. Nope, that's not happy either. Let's do that. Fine, whatever. That should be right. And we are connected. Whoa, why was that showing red on the screen? These bits. Okay. So export that to the housing. And now we go outside and see if this works. Because if it does, I've just gained a huge amount of power. Nope. I need to go back in. Because... Did I set the Stirling engines? Oh yeah, the Stirlings are defined by... Yeah, so all the Stirling engines turn on. Cool. Oh yeah, the battery. Ah, the battery! How many times am I going to go through this airlock? Oh, I need another steel sheet for it too. I think it's 2. I think. There we go. Is there anything else? I've got the chip, I've got the heavy cable, I've got battery, I've got welder. That should be it. I've had food, I've had drink, I can watch things. Am I gonna go for the potato achievement? Maybe. See how close I am before I grow something that might allow me to eat something else. No, floor potato would be to the tune of the Wiggles' hot potato. Thus, floor potato, that sort of thing. I did not bring anything to actually put that down on. Perfect. On. Stirling engines turned on. Putting out 1.8 kilowatts and putting out 700 watts. Hooray! I need to go get some frames. And that's not on. Good. Is my welder battery out? No, my welder battery's okay. Let's get a few steel frames. I'll build around the battery a bit so I've got a bit of space to work with. No point just doing one or two. Ah, yes. Nighttime power. Daytime power solar. Nighttime power Stirlings. It is good. Oh yeah, I've got frames in here. Got one. That should mean I've got enough power to run the deep miners now. And a couple of centrifuges. But that also means I need to build a room to put the centrifuges in. And the sorting system. And have a think about where I'm going to put that. Yeah, power issues solved for quite some time, I think. Well, I say that, but I'm about to do something that's hugely power intensive, so probably not for quite some time. Probably only for a day or so. Having two batteries should give me a bit more. Star Sippers. That might be. Orbit or Oasis. No! I'm gonna miss it. That could have gotten me some more oxides. Poop. Star Sippers. Oh, pay less liquids. Here we go. $32. 27. 25. No, really? $26. Ser- oh, come on. Alright, 18. Good enough. Also, orbital oceans is liquids as well. Okay, that should be enough steel sheets for a little bit. At least until you decide you want to make liquid volatiles and liquid oxygen for a pump liquid rocket engine and go crazy on the ACs. Yeah, I'm not sure that's gonna happen. There we go, I can buy some bulk water. Good, good. I think I've still got enough immediate things. Like, I still don't have a water system that's got any degree of sense to it. My current way of getting water to my plants and to me is shuffling pipes, which is so dumb. That needs to be fixed. Now the deep miners and centrifuges outside, easy to expand. The sorting systems, or at least its output, can be in the wall of the furnace area. Yeah, true. I could put them outside. Kind of liked having it inside, though. But I guess I could at least have the deep, like obviously the deep miners are outside, but I could probably put the deep miners into a silo and the silo into the centrifuges, and then the centrifuges go to an indoor sorting setup. I think would be my way to do it. Centrifuges just feel like delicate equipment, so having them outside in a storm just felt weird. Yeah, just a touch, Sakatera. Outdoor science lab. Yeah, it feels wrong, Tiff. It just feels weird. Okay. Battery. Since my thing in this save is leaving space for stuff, I will leave space for accessing the button. Not that I ever need to press it after turning it on, but, you know. Yeah. I have a lot more power than I actually come close to using right now, which is fantastic. So, that means I can have a look at what to do immediately. I think it's gotta be...
Waste tank caution.
I've got to do the water connection and move my plants over to this side so that I can plant a lot more of them. I think that's the next goal. That's what I need to do. No, water plants, deep mining. Not furnace. I want the deep miner before the furnace. But water then plants is where I'm at right now, which means insulated liquid pipe. I think I might be out of silicon. Nope, there's silicon right there. So I probably, for the moment, I'm only buying water. I've got no plans on buying other liquids anytime soon. So I can probably just hook the whole water system up to the same thing. So that it's hooked up to the plants, it's what I drink from, like I drink from the same water the plants do. Later on, having isolated supplies for the two things makes a lot of sense, but I think for now, it's probably not worth it. Yeah, exactly. Drink from the hose. We go along to here. Oh, need more of them. So if I do, say, 3 rows of plants should be enough for a while. Now the rest of this pipe needs to connect me up to the trading platform. Yeah, I suppose grow lights are a thing I have to consider for the worst bit of winter for keeping my plants alive. As the days are that short. See how many I actually need. I'm not sure. Don't make too much in excess. Okay, so that's hooked up. Let's bring it straight across and see how close I get. I was thinking of putting storage for water on top of the spot over there, which I can still do, but I think for now I might just stick to let's get this hooked up. Oh, perfection! Love that! I'm not sure the rooftop water tank is a great idea just now. It's a lot of added volume that means there's more... Like, my capacity right now is set 970 litres, so... The more capacity I add to that, the more water stays as vapor rather than usable liquid. Actually, let's do that first. Because I need to get more plant pot things. Okay. Actually, I can probably wait for this one to... no, I'm going in. It's not that quick. I know I talked about having a water tank on the roof, and I do like the idea of doing it, but I just don't feel like it's the right use, the right way to go. Oh, it's 10 per one. Oof. I'm gonna need to smelt a lot more iron. How hot is it out there? Oh, it's going down. You go there, you make that. Let's go smelt some more iron.
Power low.
Can you build spaceships in this? No. This is all about building a station, a base, a static thing. But the building of that static thing is really rather involved and fun. I get my shipbuilding kick from Space Engineers instead. Where's the 5th? Oh, there it is. Okay, let's go buy some water. Actually, I'll wait for that iron to pop out because it should be soon. Can I see how much water is in this network from here? Yes. 13.5 litres. Alright, let's plant the ferns. Get some oxygen going! Yeah, there used to be rovers, but they weren't customizable rovers. They may, with their new terrain system, return to them. It's as yet undecided. Bulk water. How much can I buy? Let's buy 50. Hooray! I now have 60 litres. That should last a while. Do I want to buy more? I've got 300 bucks. Do need water. Is there anything else I need to be buying other than the new seeds at the moment? Maybe certain alloys, but if I get the better alloy trader, I can always make the money I need for them. So I may as well buy all that I can afford, I suppose.
Hydration.
I can't maths right now. Oh, 25 then, fine. There we go. Almost 90 litres of water. Much better. Shove another iron through. Yeah, if I'm aiming for a pool, yeah. I need to be making... I think I need to be making my own water or collecting water from a rocket, like collecting water ice via rockets if I want to... if I'm... for when I'm hoping to make a pool. That feels a long way off. Probably not as far away as it could be, but it does feel a long way off. Alright, so we're out of iron again. Got more. UFO, I would say that for me to suggest that you can build a spaceship here would be an incredibly egregious stretching of the truth. The ability to make spaceships has been removed in such a way that, yeah, sure, you might be able to access some things related to it, but it is completely non-functional. And so to say that it's there as part of the game, I think is just as close to lying as you can get without it being a proper lie. It's not true. You cannot make spaceships in this anymore. Because flying a spaceship is kind of part of making a spaceship. Also, let's drop my pressure in here. Grab some oxygen. Unless you're talking about the rockets. Oh, you might have been mentioning rockets. I thought you were referring back to the whole mothership thing that's technically maybe not fully removed. But yes, you can make rockets. You don't interact with them in any way that feels like a spaceship, though. It's a rocket. I don't know, I feel like those two things are different. Even though they are the same thing. Ugh, I forgot about that. Dang it, that's probably what UFO meant, which sucks, because that means he was right. Curses. Foiled by my own sense of what he was talking about. Alright. Yeah, putting a bit more oxygen back in. Now I need to wait for my potatoes to fully grow and then I'll harvest them, shove them in these new pots. How many do I get across this? So there's 3... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12, 16, 17, 18, 19. Oh, 19 per row. Nice. So I'll get 57 planters in here. That should work well enough for a while, since I don't actually have to harvest the ferns. There's a lot of iron I need for that, though. What am I complaining about? Oh, water. Yeah, Flame Dragon, that's what I thought was being referred to when it was said that you can build a spaceship. That you could build a space station that looks like a spaceship. It doesn't count. Oh, I love it. You were talking. You forgot about rockets as well. And I couldn't. Yeah, the way you'd written it, I didn't read it as you just joking around, being like, "Nah, I disagree," because you can sort of do this thing. But yeah, you can totally do building something that looks like a spaceship but is static, including weird custom thrusters with fuel mixers going in them and igniters and exploding out the back sort of stuff. Yeah, you can do stuff like that. Yep. Yes. The devs have had a lot of dreams for this game that didn't quite pan out. It's not all bad. Some of those dreams I don't think would have worked. So it was good that they abandoned them. There we go. 3,300 moles. I think I'll turn you off now. That's enough oxygen out of here. Where am I at in terms of my makeup in here? 47% oxygen, 41% CO2. Not too bad. Do I need that many plants? Yes. For my particular goals, I do need that many plants. I need even more than that. I need a massive farm of ferns. Unless I get a large enough hangar that I can get the fancy ferns, in which case I need a massive farm of fancy ferns. But I need a massive farm of ferns because the oxygen that the ferns produce from the carbon dioxide that's in the Vulcan atmosphere, I can then use to be an oxidizer for a rocket, which can then go and collect water ice to achieve my goal of having a pool, like a water pool that I want to have. Or it can be used as a way to oxidize the atmosphere, which is predominantly volatiles, and that can then be used to generate water. So I can make water. So it's mainly for my specific goals, but for a general existence, so that I don't die, somewhere around 20 to 25 ferns is enough to provide me oxygen and hopefully enough oxygen to make water. So to maintain my needs, and then you need other plants for food. But yeah, one of the cool things I think about Stationeer's plant growing is that the plants are not just for your character. And that means the game can demand much larger scales of production in ways that lots of other survival games that have plants do not. So in your typical survival game, you'll grow enough food to supply you with a basic food and you just eat that over and over again. And that was how it was for ages and ages. You just had a really basic supply and everyone just used the most efficient food. And then Valheim came along and created a new option that survival games used, where instead of needing food to survive, you used food as a buff. And some games combine the needing it to survive and the food as a buff, like Icarus. And that's good. But if you're talking about an engineering-focused game, you need some driver to build things at scale. And a single character really doesn't need a farm at scale in a game where you don't want to require scale for the character to survive. Because if you require scale, like a realistic farm scale per person, you're a farmer. You're making a farming game, not an engineering game, because you need so much. So I really like that Stationeers has so many engineering systems that rely on gases you can produce from your plants, and they cheat. The plants produce more than they consume. So you get a net positive with all of these cycles, which is required for the gameplay.
Hunger caution.
So you get a net positive in nitrogen, you get a net positive in volatiles and in water production so that you can actually use plants to generate water. And I think that's a reasonable compromise on reality to make the gameplay work. But it does let you do these things. And I think I hadn't really experienced that part of the plants gameplay until I played on Venus and I didn't have access to any ice. And not having access to ice means I didn't have access to water, so I had to generate water. And it was so good needing to make mechanical farms because I needed to produce enough plants and have them constantly being harvested. I needed to produce enough oxygen, so I was getting both my volatiles, my hydrocarbons, and my oxygen to then put into a hydrogen combustor to produce water to then produce more of those things. And it was great. It's what makes me like the idea of Space Engineers 2 having farm blocks that do not produce anything useful for the player at all. I don't care if the player needs food or not. It's such an irrelevantly small amount compared to the scale you're building Space Engineers. Although that scale may change with SE2 because of the block size mixing. But because the scale you work out is usually quite large, the relevance of a single player's consumption is so zero. But maybe there's other ways they can have it consumed. Maybe we can have a hydrocarbon-based energy source where we use biofuels that we grow. And that's the alternative to the hydrogen engine that's in SE1. And maybe that's why we need lots of plants so that we can grow enough fuel to power our base. So instead of using solar panels, we grow fuel, which is more power dense than the batteries that the game has. Maybe that's how we could do it. And I think that, or maybe, as I've said before, it could be a trading thing where you sell your food to stations that are in space or on the planet and they need food because they represent hundreds or thousands of people, and hundreds or thousands of people actually consume a lot of food. Grow lights I'll leave till later. I'm not too worried about those. I get, like, the sun still is there for enough of the day. The plants don't seem to be stressed particularly, so I'm not worried.
Power critical.
But yeah, those are my thoughts on food systems in survival games. It's definitely not what was directly asked, but it's what I felt like answering. Because I've had a lot of time playing a lot of survival games thinking about that. So there's a lot to think about with it. But yeah, I am going to wrap up my stream here because I have achieved today just as I did last week. I've got my Stirling engine set up, which I'm very happy about. I've got my solar power room up the top there, which I'm very happy about. So I've actually got a decent amount of power input to the extent that both of those batteries are full, and that got filled really quickly. And I also got my water system hooked up to my plants so that when I get to mining next time, I can get all the iron I need to build these 3 rows and can have lots and lots of plants. Maybe I'll even go to 4 rows, who knows? I'll definitely try and fill these as quickly as I can with ferns and potatoes and try and get good oxygen production going and get my deep miners and all that going. Which feels fantastic. I will be back on Sunday, my time, with Shaq, though the stream time will be an hour earlier because of Shaq being North American and already changing to daylight savings, so I'm actually going to be starting at 5 a.m. my local time. Oh. But that works out well for me for the moment because it's my son's birthday party this weekend, so if my stream wraps up a bit earlier, I can do more help with getting the party set up, which is good. And then on Monday, we'll be back with more Wrong Way Out, which is staying at its current time because it has to be at that time. I am making a construction-themed cake for him. I will be tonight building a an excavator out of modeling chocolate. So yeah. But yeah, there's all that and plenty more to come, and I will see you then.